who are fighting at the front line, who are coming back and undergo rehabilitation after injuries. There are many articles about how we should behave with them, whether we can approach them and shake their hand, saying thank you. I recently had an interview with one serviceman who came to Kyiv just to spend here the Day of Ukrainian Defenders. And we celebrated it 1 week ago, and he said that nobody came to him, nobody approached him, and the taxi drivers were hiding their eyes. I think that we will voice this problem today and discuss it in depth. I would like to introduce Director of Mental Health and Rehabilitation Center Lysova Polyana Ksenia Voznичina, Ms. Ruslana Danilkina, our veteran. No, it's not the way I want to introduce you. I want to say it another way. So she is a volunteer and expert of the first Superhuman Center, Olga Rudneva, CEO of Superhuman Center and Hospital for Rehabilitation of those who suffered consequences of war, Oksana Zbitneva, head of the Coordinating Center for Mental Health, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and Olesa Zhulinska, head of Public Affairs and Communications of Privatbank. So as you can see, we are going to discuss almost all the areas where the topic of mental health is important. And first of all, I would like you to watch a video by Dmitry Monatik and all of us. I would like you to ask this question, how are you, and understand better what is mental health.
Маєш сили плекати надію, спокійність і я. Чи все ще можеш пережити усі втрати? Чи можеш розмінитися простити чим порожнє? Викладай, вони ж просто говорять.
How are you? We were not going to experience this terror. We didn't even thought that they would come to us. Don't be silent. Ask, how are you? I know that sometimes we want to cry, even in the most difficult situations. When you want to breathe but you can't, please don't allow you to be broken. Talk to me, say, how are you? At one moment you have a home, and just in a second you can lose it. When you forgot about nights with the sleep, you shouldn't hide. You should allow these good things to be voiced. Don't stay silent. How are you? We are experiencing it with dignity. We will be able to cope with it together. Please don't stay with it alone. Tell me, how are you? Because even in 1 minute we may lose our lives, because that's why we need to live now. And the time flies fast, and we cannot cope without each other. Tell me, I want to hear you. Please give me an answer. How are you? Don't know about you, how you answer this question. During these 18 months, bad each and everyone has their own answer to this question, and it's different every day. So, first of all, I would like that we provide the reasoning for this problematic for the discussion. I would like to discuss everything the veterans face in our society. So, Ksenia, if I may, I would like to start with you. I gave several examples with women, female warriors. Actually, I don't know how to react to this question. Why you let him go there? Doesn't he have something to do here? You'll hear about these questions from my husband. He came here to speak about entrepreneurship at the front line. But I often say that there are some things that should be avoided with the women who are waiting for their warriors. So, what's the first thing they need after they come back from the front line to the society? Thank you, Masha. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the service to all the veterans. You probably heard this phrase several times. I'm repeating it all the time. Mental health of every defender depends on every person in Ukraine, not on the medical workers or psychotherapists or even the person who comes back, but everyone who meets them. It's the family members, it's colleagues at the workplace, it's people in a cafe, in a bus, everywhere. So if we don't cherish it, if we don't develop it, we need to learn it. And I'm repeating it all the time. There are many possibilities to learn how to do it. Where? For example, there are many support groups for women. For example, Veteran Hub, Ukrainian Women's Force, Free Choice. You can just Google and you can find many resources on this topic. It was not the case in 2014 or 15. I've been working on this topic since 2014-15. I started working with my first patients who were coming back from the war. We have this panel even during the economic forum. There are many initiatives where we raise this topic. You should just explore it. You should learn about it every day. Not everyone is empathic and understanding. Can you just give a few examples, a few rules? Was I right when I said that we should approach these people, we shouldn't hide our eyes? Well, it's not about them, it's not about the people you want to thank. You should think about yourself. What are your feelings? What you may feel? Why you may feel shame? Why you may hide your eyes? The main thing is honesty. You can see it in gestures, in facial changes. So if you if somebody says that you should not persist with some questions or something else, you should take it into account. Everything depends on the situation, whether it's a close person or you just met somebody in a cafe. The visual contact is important. Don't hide your eyes. Be honest with the person. Express your gratitude and they will feel it. Our society is quite specific, and I'm not saying that everyone is guilty, all those who want to stay aside. But let's speak about what we need. I just read one thing. Just remember these people stopped Russian army. Just remember it for the whole life. These people keep fighting with our enemies. You need to keep this memory. You said in our private conversation that there are such things as invisible injuries. What it means? Yes, I try to speak about it more because we will have these invisible injuries. There will be more of them than visible ones. I'm not saying the situation is catastrophic, but I don't think that we should put on red glasses and think that most problems with the mental health appear when something traumatic is in the past. That's how our cycle works. It reacts in sometimes, especially if there is no support. But there is another problem with the invisible injuries. There is this topic of concussions, and there is this term signature of war, and I think it has an epidemic nature in Ukraine. Even Kostya, he put on special equipment today. It was complicated for him to hear the sounds around him, and that's the consequence of the concussion, of the injuries he got at war. So the one you called Kostyan, it's Kostya Chabalar. Let's thank him for coming here today. No applause. No applause. See, you're practicing this thing we were speaking about. That's something we should learn. Konstantin did huge work. As far as I know, the rehabilitation lasted for many years, since 2015, and you have some results, but after the full-scale invasion, Konstantin went to defend our country again. Should we wait a bit, or can we start discussing it? Then please take the mic. Tell us Konstantin's story, please. Konstantin is a great example of honorable person with the call sign Viking. In 2016-18, he was fighting in an anti-terrorist operation, and he went through many difficult situations there. He got 3 or 4 concussions, right? 4, sorry. And we were dealing with neurological problems, and it's our personal pain of all the teams who have been working with our veterans since 2014, because almost all the veterans went to fight in 2022, and that's our loss, the loss of unique people who were working and trying to keep living. Of course, on the 24th of February, Kostyan went back there. Can you say some words? Can you come here? No applause, dear friends. Do it silently. Thank you for being here. Kostya is dealing with it. He has a great work. He was working in the Ministry of Science and Education, but he also founded his own business. He has a massage center. Everyone is invited. And for Kostya, his work is the main thing that helps him to cope with everything. Please tell us about your feelings, what you feel when you are in a crowded space. I didn't quite understand the question. Let's talk about the attitude of society to the veterans. What would you like to change? What just bothers you? Well, you know, applause doesn't bother me. Thank you.
Важко зараз. Мені не тому, що ви аплодуєте, не тому, що на мене звернули увагу, а тому, що просто зараз, умовно, невелике приміщення, багато людей, і серед цих людей я бачу чотирьох людей, на яких я можу розраховувати.
Чому?
Окей, ти ветеран Ксенія. Да. Це ті, кого я зараз бачу, ті, кого я зараз ідентифікую. Всі інші, вибачте, ви всі дуже класні, ви всі дуже красиві, я не можу на вас сфокусуватися. Тому, коли сказали, от Ксенія каже, побачили ветерана, щиро посміхніться, підійдіть, обніміть, ой, не факт, ой, не завжди. Інколи мені потрібно просто вдягти навушники і зробити так, щоб світ навколо був просто красивою картинкою з телевізора. Да? І я, який за цим світом красиво спостерігаю. Да, мені повезло, я знайшов собі роботу, яка дозволяє мені контролювати кількість комунікацій в моєму житті. Да, мені довелося піти з сім'ї рік тому, в мене є дружина, є син, з яким я не можу знаходитися поруч, бо довго знаходитися поруч з кимось я взагалі не можу. 1,5-2 години мені потрібно міняти обстановку. Інакше мене накриває. Да? Тому масаж годинний – це отака от тема. Я знаю, коли людина прийде, я знаю, що з нею робити, і саме головне, я знаю, коли вона піде. Причому, якщо довго, то я їм кажу, що вибачте, я більше не можу з вами знаходитися. Ті, хто до мене приходять, да, це на 95% люди, які пов'язані з війною. Вони розуміють, вони кажуть, да, Костя, без проблем. Я знаю, що я дуже стараюся адаптуватися до цього світу вже дуже довго. Скільки? 8 місяців минулого року, да? 8 місяців минулого року я провів в госпіталях. Причому, якщо брати 22-й рік, в мене не було контузій, в мене не було поранень. Ми просто вийшли з-під Харкова в спокійне місце, і ввечері я перестав розмовляти. Сів їсти, розмовляю, встав, я не розмовляю. І розмовляти я почав вже в Києві, в психіатричному відділенні. А потім повернувся в армію і за тиждень знову перестав розмовляти. А потім знову 3 тижні в госпіталі. А потім я знову повернувся в армію і 2 дні ще розмовляв. А потім я розмовляти став у лютому, коли випадково на останніх силах вліз в контрастний душ.
Костянтин, а скажіть,
For that.
Can you kindly tell us the fact that you turned for psychological relief, that you are going through psychotherapy right now? This is helping, isn't it? Because without that, it would be much harder for you to handle your situation. You know, when I
Реабілітаційний центр у 18-му році я був, тобто я вже повернувся з війни, у мене там 2 роки війни, 4 контузії, поранення, коротше, все. Я повернувся з війни, я повернувся на роботу, я працював там в Українському центрі оцінювання якості освіти, працював в Міністерстві освіти. І на якомусь етапі, буквально, це вже пройшов трошки більше року після повернення з війни, на якомусь етапі за 2 чи 3 тижні я закінчився. В мене пішла пам'ять, в мене пішла увага, в мене пішла концентрація. Стало практично неможливо спілкуватися з оточуючими. І там мені повезло, що в мене є друзі, ветерани, їх дружини, психологи, Таня Руденка, які сказали: Костя, от є реабілітаційний центр, от тобі туди треба. Вони мене взяли за шківарки разом з моєю дружиною, завезли в цей центр. І мені там, я вважаю, що повезло, бо так, після всього цього, що ми там лікувалися, все, Ксенін психіатр, лікар, сказав, що мальчик хорош працювати головою, давай працювати ручками. Думай про це, інакше ти будеш раз на півроку в нас лежати і тобі буде страшно.
Ну, бачите, це теж допомога.
This was of great and immense help. Please resume your seat. Thank you very much for sharing your experience with us. I suppose that everyone hearing you right now as you were speaking was thinking about the number of similar people. And I really love it that you have your sense of humor with you. You still keep joking. That's a fantastic skill. It's also a kind of rehabilitation of your consciousness. So many people there are with their own stories, many men, many minds, and it takes all sorts, lots of people like that already walking in the streets of Ukraine. I suppose nurturing ourselves, raising our children, teaching ourselves and teaching our children how to behave around military personnel, it also is very important. Order, our time is limited. Of course, we could talk endlessly, but let us move on to visible injuries, because unlike that we have just been talking about invisible scars in the hearts and minds of people, but you have to deal with reviving, rejuvenating, bringing back to life people. So what do you have to deal with at the Superhuman Center, and what does that have to do with, what are the consequences on mental health, the imprint of that you can see that is leaving on your wards? In the first place, I have to say that we are not reviving them. They are getting themselves revived. We're just helping them. We are instrumental to that. But if people are not willing to stand up firmly on their feet, they don't want to get back to usual life, then medicine, Ola Rudneva and Ksenia Voznitseva, we will be rendered helpless, because the individual has to be willing, literally willing to get back to life. But of course, we provide comprehensive assistance, something that starts with psychological relief, and we are working on it because we don't think that it's perfect yet. People are provided with prosthetics, and then they learn to walk, and we have added another service because we came to realize that nobody needs just arms or hands. It sounds very strange, but we need these limbs in order to go somewhere and hug someone. So if people are not motivated to live, if they don't have any excuses to leave their homes, then they don't need any prostheses. These prostheses will be just left lying there on the shelf. So we added this 4th service, reintegrating people into civil life, looking for employment, because people have to get retrained, people have to change roles. Rusa has done that. She is now part of the Superhumans, and Zhenya, who is sitting in the front row, has trained to become an IT specialist. Ola is dreaming to get back to folk dancing, and I hope he will do that. But people have to change roles and rediscover, reinvent themselves. There are some wounds that we see, but there are multiple wounds we cannot identify them. When I used to work in education, in HIV, we were told, like, treat everyone as if everyone is infected with HIV. And now we have to say, treat everyone as if everyone is mentally ill, because some people are badly affected by that, others to a lesser extent. But of course, we can ask people how they are coping with that, what psychological relief and assistance they may need, what they require from the society. But it was a very good phrase that Costa has just said. He doesn't know how his life will proceed. He comes into some premises and he doesn't know what his response will be. In our superhuman center, we don't have hair dryers, hand dryers, because people don't have limbs. And our patients begin to ask for mental assistance because this is a terrible trigger for them. And we try to organize our spaces in a very, very special way. We have specific colors used, and these hand dryers, this is something that immediately serves like a trigger. And people have panic attacks as a result of that because they don't have limbs. And we had to work with that. And with Alena Kurkova, we worked with on these notions, because once again, we have to respect people's noise landscapes, because we don't know where they are coming back from. People are getting revived themselves. Whether we can help them, of course, we have to become a support to them. We know to a certain extent what we have to do, but we still have to ask people, how can I help you? Just like Zhenya said, don't just let up a seat for them. Don't impose or force our services on them. But just ask people in the first place what they may need and try to accommodate them. And what Ksenia said is also extremely important. We have to change ourselves, definitely. It's also about us. I'm so proud of what you do. And you're so inspirational. Thank you for your stories, everything that you keep doing non-stop. Sometimes the heroes of your stories, of your posts, they're so highly inspirational to other people who have all of their limbs in place. However, the more I get to work with mental health issues, the more I feel to sense that we are in a kind of a vicious circle. Because, just like you said, these people have to be willing to get revive themselves, but PTSD, the consequences of that, the clinical depression, that is like an avalanche, covers people, and Ksenia will probably agree with Matt. It's not always about the case. When people are conscious and aware of the fact that they do require help. Just 2 days ago, we talked to a girl who is 19. She hasn't been to the front line, but the war has affected her so badly. She was in occupation, she had lost her relatives, and she swallowed 10 pills in order to do away with this life. And when they had given her a wash of the stomach and explained what she had done, she quoted, she said, "I couldn't have done it." So she was diagnosed with a clinical depression. So this is a civil individual's case. Let alone ex-civilians. So I keep thinking about PTSD consequences that are going to be uncontrollable for ex-combatants. They will probably be running out of energies to turn out to someone, to reach out to someone. Recently, I had a meeting with war chaplains who are at the front line because they are psychologists, storytellers, priests, etc., at the front line, and they say turning servicemen into heroes is also a very powerful thing, because that's the only thing that keeps them going. But nobody is going to turn them into heroes, because people look away, they don't want to look them in the eye. So my question is, are there any steps taken to encourage them, to motivate them? Maybe this is the question to go to you, Ksenia. Who perhaps, maybe the government, this society will have to develop a certain number of steps, like it is in the United States when ex-combatants have to go through diagnosing. They're supposed to do that, otherwise they're not relieved home. So some mandatory steps, are they being undertaken? A serviceman, after after they are discharged from the front, they definitely have to go through special diagnosing services. They have to be provided with a route along with which they will have to move. But from they're supposed to and all the way to the way that will be done, there's a whole chasm, a whole gap. And we need to face it. it's impossible to build a system overnight, the system that has never existed before, period. One more time. Never before have we had such a system in place. We are talking about a huge sphere taking care of mental health, which in Ukraine, in essence, is being shaped as a system. Because prior to this point, we lived in a history. This was post-Soviet legacy of punitive psychology. Can we go our own way in just 1 year? Just show me someone who will give their own recipe to us. Definitely no one will. But instead of, maybe not instead of, giving, accusing the government, the state, or businesses, pointing fingers at them and saying that they're not caring. I would like us to get back to that video. We have to speak about these things. Because unless this topic becomes visible, we will never start looking for solutions to these issues. We need to broach these topics because there are no universal recipes. Both the US and Israel and Canada and Australia, the whole experience that we have been studying will be provisionally adaptive for us. Provisionally because we are different. We have to recognize it and face it. If every one of us are not changing, then no state or government will be able to change us. How is this true? This social transformation is taking place right now. It's affecting us if we are aware of that, even if we are not. And the topic of our panel, New Skills and a New Reality, we have to recognize the existence of this new reality. We have to face the music and say, yes, we have to be different. We have to be hyper considerate to each other. And somehow try to feel whether I have to say something to you or should I keep quiet. What should I say to this woman or to this teenager or adolescent who seems to mistrust everyone? All of these things are just like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that have to be pieced together. And I want to say a huge thank you for organizing this topic because it serviced at an economic forum. And it is meant for the people who are leaders in their own sectors and segments, because it's only leaders who can become such agents of changes. I want to thank our First Lady. It was a very brave action to take, you must agree, to make this topic visible, to take this topic and begin to shape the area, the sector that has never existed before in this country. It's really courageous because you have to be keenly aware that as you proceed along this way, there will be a whole load of hate you'll be picking up and you will be blamed for every failure. And I want to thank everyone in this country, men and women, because we know what our strength is about. It's all about this resilience and steadfastness, but it's something that has to be cherished. And by the way, thanking is a very simple therapeutic practice, accessible to everyone. If you have someone to thank today, now, every single day of your life, that means that you can see, senses the meanings of this life, and it's only the meanings that keep us going. And if these plain and simple things are utilized, all of these simple things will help us to deal with the complex, difficult things, because it all is based on how we build our interactions. I understand, Masha, that I've taken more time than I was supposed to, but the experience that Ksenia Vesnitsina has under her belt is unique for Ukraine. The one and only in Ukraine Center of Psychological Relief, Rehabilitation meant for ex-veterans. Ex-combatants. So what should the systemic response to that be? Of course, it needs to be scaled up. We need to disseminate this experience. But Ksenia did not arrive at this point very quickly herself. So this experience needs to be promulgated and Ksenia is so active in promotion of all of these trainings, probably not only at night when she needs to sleep. And we are a huge country, and these soft skills need to be communicated to every village, town, and city. It's a very good thing that here at these big international platforms we have an opportunity to articulate these things. But what can veterans do when they get back to their towns or villages? We have to learn how to treat these people, how to teach these people to interact with each other. What's the role of the business in that? As employers, they will also have to learn to change spaces, change relationships, these social transformations. This is something great that's supposed to take place in our lives, and Ksenia's center will have to pop up in Odessa, for example, in order to meet the needs of the veterans in the southern region of Ukraine. Ola is also scaling up her operations. You will also be setting up centers. Anyway, every single day in your work, you're gaining new experience. You know, another strategic response in this regard. It's really strategic, believe me, because when the All-Ukrainian Program for Mental Health was initiated at the behest of the First Lady, we tried to find strategic answers to painful, rankling issues concerning the changes to be introduced to education, starting from preschool to tertiary education. Nowadays, we have 44,000 workers at primary health care who have been through special training, 44,000 medical workers who have been through this system. They have been certified according to a WHO system, MHCAP, if I'm not mistaken, the name of this program is. And now they can diagnose and provide the necessary relief and help at the manifestations of the most widespread mental diseases. So this is taking place under missile attacks. So during this war, we're honing these skills. It means that a family doctor today can see the patients, the wives of the veterans themselves. At least we have to build this first contact line. Any area where people get in touch with each other to be able to empower and impart new skills to people. Now let's get back to the government and its functions. You understand, you're saying all of the proper things. Socially, everyone has to feel responsible. Nevertheless, the government, the state, it has to begin with at least a consolidated system of all of the organizations involved in mental health and psychological relief. They all have to get organized because some of them are picking up one kind of learning. A Ministry of Health has sent 10 specialists to Israel. Other institutions do the same. They keep teaching everyone. And we keep hearing, we are all putting out fires. But if at the level of the government there is a uniform system of relief and support, and every veteran, man or woman, knows that they can be helped, at least forwarded to Ksenia, Ola, to us, to a whole host of different organizations engaged in mental health area. Perhaps it will be easier for them at least to think about getting back to civil life. Definitely so. You're right. Quite so. You're saying it all right. There are clear and understandable routes of how to keep going. The only thing is, of course, we are not moving as fast as we should. We, every Ukrainian, and we as the state, the whole architecture of the services in mental health care is clear and understandable. Moreover, it's already approved. Now the hardest thing that needs to be done, to turn these intentions into actions. And the hardest that we have to do, of course, is down to coordination. Now non-governmental sector, non-governmental organizations, international partners are doing so much. Just get to ask them whether they get coordinated, whether they're ready for that. Not much, but they're still giving their shoulder to the state while this huge ship is trying to steer clear of different rocks and proceed along the course of systemic changes. But this coordination is all about knowing who is targeting what target groups and most importantly, whether or not they can harm anyone. We are introducing a new training course in a systemic way. This will be done at schools. We'll be introducing self-caring skills starting with the first grade of primary schools. But for most and foremost, at the level of higher education, we have to change the system of professionals' preparation. All of these processes have already been launched into operation. Let me give you just one illustration. We have been talking to the people from the Ministry of Digital Transformation concerning the role of the centers of administrative service provision. And they said if such a center, when such a center resumed its activities in Bucha near Kiev, one of the first ones to be relaunched into operation after the occupation, people started coming en masse. And they began, the employees began to say our indicators of efficiency is the speed of servicing, but people, instead of being serviced, would come to talk. So we will have to go through this, speaking through in the spaces, speaking through the experiences that we are just gaining right now. We will have to look for solutions all together. I totally agree with you. Of course, we want to do it as quickly as possible, but we also want to hear about some tangible results, because this is a human psyche. We want to make sure that at least something tangible is being done, because mental health, even a few years ago, it was not a priority at all. Psychologists, they would say, are meant for psychos. And there was a huge research published recently that Ukrainians, having lived through 600 years of war, right now are turning or thinking about turning to psychologists much less than the people in South Africa. Just 1 in 50 or 1 in 100 people thinks about going to see a shrink or a psychologist, although in the Western country it's 1 in 10 people. The same goes for Eastern European countries. Concerning our veterans, our defenders, starting with 2014, they pretty well know that psychologists are okay, and they are demonstrating this readiness because their brothers in arms has been to see a doctor and it worked. And they're ready to embrace this experience, and we can see a lot of people motivated. It's much more than the civilians, so it's true. I understand that unless we deal with civilian women who are raising their kids both as a mommy and a daddy in their households, who are pulling and bearing this brunt, and when their husband comes back, if they break down just because their husbands have come back and they're so different, the roles have changed, and she's in charge right now. They both have changed during this time. I can say the same from my personal experience. We have to appeal with everyone to the ecology of mental states, to dig deeper into that. And before we take a look at specific steps in the area of business, once again, for donors, this topic is not a priority. American companies, which are key donors, who have always articulated their hunger and thirst to help Ukraine, this year they say, just hold on with your mental health. This is no priority for us today. So this is so much mitigated just to the boundaries of Ukraine, but that's something that has to be articulated every single step of the way.
Olesya? First of all, I would like to thank you for being here and for representing business environment. I understand that you can only speak on behalf of the state business, but we need to acknowledge that business is not completely ready to employ the veterans who come back. What's the state of affairs here, in your opinion, in your company? PrivatBank is a state company. There are 18,000 employees and 1,000 offices. We are a huge bank, and I would like to share some thoughts after our previous discussion. First, our experience says that veterans do not want to see psychologists. Our experience shows that adapting and changing professions is difficult for them. Our experience shows that many people who come back can only trust their own people. So we started working so that people who came back from war start being mentors and advising new veterans. Then we need to understand where people want to get back, because some people who come back from active hostilities do not want to start working in some branches, some offices. They want to work for those who are fighting in the front line, and we need to be ready to it. We work on special metrics, but getting back to the question of experience, I just came back from Lviv, and we took all of our 30s top leaders. We wanted them to meet employees and patients in Superhuman Center, and we realized that around 44% of our people will have disabilities, and we made our employees go there and see people with disabilities, and it was very painful for them. I could see it. And we should change everything at the state level, and only after our top leaders saw it and understood how difficult this path is, I started speaking about the strategy our bank should adopt on the basis of the state strategy. But there are several aspects we need to understand. If in a company or a state institution there is no barrier-free strategy that would provide for inclusion, equality, and accessibility. For example, we are also responsible for financial inclusion. Some people are still afraid of bank cards. And then there should be equality. People should have the same rights. We shouldn't ask the question whether people have some degree of disability when we employ them. Some people are ashamed and afraid to acknowledge they have some degree of disability. So we need to change this culture, and it involves many aspects we haven't even started discussing. There is an NGO barrierlessness. They are working with state institutions so far. But it's a very important practice. We need to keep implementing it. We need to exchange experience. Not all leaders, not all organizations are ready to acknowledge that we will need to work with people with disabilities, with the veterans, with their family members, and every day we provide services for around 35,000 of people in our branch offices, and you were right to say that it's complicated to get an answer from a hotline. You know why? Because our operators work with people from occupied or deoccupied territories. We have 4,000 operators, but they do not manage to respond to all the calls, and that's why we organized many internal trainings where we will explain how to talk to people, to clients, because these are people, and most of them went through frightening experience, because there were people from Kherson, Mykolaiv. So we decided to organize these trainings, but instead of studying, they start speaking, because they really need a psychologist to speak to. So many problems wait us, and we are not ready to talk about it today as a business environment. But all of these aspects should be addressed, because the changes should be implemented from bottom to the top, and if we decide to do it, we need to start talking with the veterans. So we need to go to Chernivtsi and to see a director of a branch office who came back after 10 years of military experience. We saw him crying, though he is 60 years old. So we need to approach these people, and because otherwise no strategies and no changes can be implemented. Some of our leaders are foreigners, and we signed the papers confirming our responsibilities and duties. Of course, we developed new policies. We have a separate policy for veterans, which includes other bonus benefits for veterans. We need to have psychologists in our company because if somebody with PTSD comes to our office, we need to provide help for the client and for the employee who worked with this client. Not everyone can understand the problems they have or they see. Next thing, we need to start this asymmetrical approach to business. Why don't we employ women to some posts, to some vacancies? We need to change legislation too. And we just mentioned it. Can we create mobile branch offices for banks? How should we do it? How should we organize their operation? So there are many questions that need to be solved, and it's not an easy task. It cannot be done quickly, but we can systematize it, accumulate all these questions, and start addressing them. Just one comment, if I may. When we realize the price of inaction, we will understand the necessity of changing the system today, and specifically because we know the predictions for after the war, and all of that awaits us in 3, 5, 7 years or in several generations. Nevertheless, we need to study, we need to become different, but I would just add that it's true that when businesses start talking about what they failed to do, it's a valuable experience. When we talk to any country representatives, we always ask, please tell us about your mistakes, because we don't have time for these mistakes. We need to talk about this with the society and be honest about the problem of suicides, about the invisible injuries that will lead to some consequences. But we need to be honest about it, and we need to talk about it everywhere. We need to find solutions, and in this case it will be honest. About the interaction with veterans, we are finalizing our new chapter to the manual about the barrier-free environment, and it will be useful both for civilians and the veterans, and we need people to use it. Thank you very much, Oksana. I think Olesya mentioned a very important thing that I cannot mention too. Until the person feels really serious consequences, they leave outside the war, they start distancing. Probably it's a topic of a separate discussion, but if you're there, you experienced it, you suffered or somebody among your relatives suffered, you start getting excited and being closer to it and acting more than before. That's strange, but that's how people work, and we need to take it into account. And in this context, I always think how should we draw attention into to different fundraising campaigns? We can see some posters if they are published. We understand how it works. The funds are raised. Their targets are destroyed. But what about mental health? How should we popularize it? How can we show it? We can only show the changes before and after, but it's wrong because people are fragile. Some people don't want to talk about it. They are on their own path. They have their own journey. So encouraging the people who are not affected by war, it's very complicated because it seems like it's a very private and intimate thing, be it civilian or military. So, Ruslana, I would like to say that what you do, you're giving interviews, you tell a lot about yourself, you show and explain how you found the strength to change your life, and sometimes even to the point that it seems like you started a completely new life, however strange it may sound. But it's important because through the examples, through human histories, we can show how it works and how it functions. Please tell us what you are working on today and how are you? Good afternoon. I'm working at the Superhuman Center in the area of recreational rehabilitation. It's about medical, social, psychological rehabilitation, everything that can improve physical and psychological state of a person. We organize different activities. We may just go to a cafe, having a dinner and talking to each other. We try doing everything for people to feel okay. I'm proud of you. I just want to applaud you for your strength, inner strength. She said that it's a part of rehabilitation, and the person started explaining, you can't understand, it was very complicated for me to go to the beach for the first time without prosthesis. So we want to go to the beach with our guides without prosthesis, undress and be with other normal people. We want them to see us and us to see them. So that was the idea. What about the people who were there? What was their reaction? Was it difficult? Sometimes people look as if they are not next to us. Sometimes they get strange reactions, but all the people after surgeries, who are underwent surgeries, understand how others might look at them and perceive them. Some got used to it, some cannot cope with it, and that's a big problem because many people start being aggressive, start hating Ukrainians, yes, Ukrainian civilians, because these people can ask them things and start being aggressive. What about going to the beach in Ukraine? Is it possible now? Hypothetically. I know that it's cold today, but hypothetically. We have this huge dream to go to the beach in Yalta. I'll join you. Well, you said it's cold. But you know that chronic stress makes you think that I'm just saying that, well, in Israel they managed to do it. What about Ukraine? Is it possible in Ukraine? I just wanted to wrap up on this topic, but you started objecting. Okay, what and who helped you become the person you are today? The person who helps everyone, a confident person who invents some rehabilitation methods. You probably were lost at some point. Yes, of course, there was a moment when I didn't want to live, but I would like to say that it was a long journey. When I didn't want anything, I had my close people next to me, and I could see how my brother and my stepfather were crying. I realized I didn't have a right to say that I didn't want to live. So I started convincing them that I will deal with it. And that's how I managed to improve my state without specialists. I had a specialist. I worked with a psychologist. She helped me a lot, and she showed me that we are the only ones who decide how we perceive this world. We decide how to react to things. What can you advise our veterans to make this decision to see a psychologist? To be honest, if we think about it, a grown-up man who was killing there, how can he come here to see another man who just spends a workday and comes back home? I think this ex-warrior will not trust. They can see a female specialist. They can, but there are psychologists who are combat veterans, and they might help more. So it's a matter of trust. Yes, I think so, because our man saw true hell there. I'm sorry, I should comment here. The topic of mental health should not be melted with psychotherapy. This topic should be raised from the point of view of the quality of good training. Many psychologists are in this gray zone, and this should be addressed by means of implementing unique standards and certificates. Not all the psychologists and specialists without combat experience are unable to help. Yes, of course, and it should be taken into account and communicated to the colleagues. Professionalism is the main thing. When there is a safe space, when there is trust, it's the main thing. In some rehabilitation centers, specialists don't have combat experience. However, they have a colossal credit of trust among veterans, because they are not only good specialists, but they understand the specifics of army, of service, of military service. It's a separate area in education. So there is already a group of great specialists who can help, and I'm glad to acknowledge that there are great specialists in Ukraine.
Ruslana seems to have said a very important thing: who veterans trust. And we mustn't ignore that. Unless a veteran tells you, if a veteran tells you, Oksana and Ruslana know that if you have been there, you haven't been there, what do I have to discuss with you? So this is a trigger kind of question when people are sitting and saying, oh, I understand you so well. You cannot understand them. I cannot understand Zhenya, Oleg or Ruslan. I cannot understand them because I do have my four limbs in place and they don't. In the morning, I go to the toilet, but the people forget that they don't have legs and they just drop down. So the idea is about building trust, and there are some tools in the government and the state, and we are beginning to implement these professionals of the first contact. These are veterans who are not psychologists, but they begin to convince their brothers in arms. I have been there, it has helped me, so they are kind of a bridge. But sorry, Ksenia, the professionals that you have at your center are very few in the country. Yes, definitely. And one thing that I would like to say, so that we are all united in this topic when we're talking about mental health, no matter how harsh it sounds, if there is a surgical pathology, a trauma in place, understandably, it's clear that we have to see the surgeon and be operated on. So finding approach to someone who has a mental disorder, it's very hard to approach these people. It takes sometimes half a year to get through to these men, for them to start realizing that they do require this assistance. It's a major valid challenge for psychologists and psychiatrists. Finding a motivated veteran is a true success, believe me. Usually it takes a few months before they get convinced, and this is a particular issue that we have to deal with. So mental health professionals, they have to be universal soldiers, being equipped in different skills and techniques. Ksenia, you always have something to say, but during this panel I'm being very selfish, and I will still say that we need a special separate forum dedicated to mental health in Ukraine. All of us are businessmen, everyone is busy talking about the economy of Ukraine, but it seems to me that we have thrown a lot of light on this topic, saying that if half of our country are in mental decay, there is something else. White depression, when people are working side by side with you, but tomorrow they can just get out of the window and commit suicides because people are living and surviving, digesting the trauma of war in their own ways. There will be a whole raft of different manifestations. There will be addicted people, suicidal people. You cannot imagine to what extent nowadays mental clinics are overwhelmed, overcrowded, because all of the people that they have been trying to help, addicted people, have left. So this is a teaser. Just a teaser to everything which is in store for us. So if some businessmen, representatives of large companies, very rich people who do not prioritize mental health suddenly want to fund a cool, awesome fund dedicated to conversation or a big forum dedicated to mental health, that'll be fantastic, because unless we all get out, and unless we get rid of this trauma buried inside of us, we will not be able to recover this country economically. So thank you very much for coming. I thank all of the speakers for your awareness, for your comprehensive approach, for everything that you're doing. But of course, we have so much more lying ahead of us. I wanted to make one more point. It's really funny that we only have women panelists, and at 16:30 there will be another panel dedicated to business, and there I will be in the company of men. But the point is that once again, predominantly women are taking care of mental health issues in Ukraine, and there are fantastic men who are also into psychiatry, psychology. Men are coming in from the front. So gender balance is another thing that we need to tackle, because predominantly men will require this help. And next year, if we have this panel at this forum that hopefully people will find funding to organize, there will be predominantly men as panel speakers, so that they can raise these issues and build this credibility, because women tend most of the time to talk, and it's easier for us to go through our mental problems. It's easier for us to go to psychologists or shrinks. I don't want to be a sexist, but let's face this, it's true. Today there have been two fantastic statements made. In fact, this war has demonstrated to us very clearly what is inhumanity all about. and how much humanity is within everyone. How much human we are, it's something which is true about every one of us, something that will give impetus to all of us to get changed, have another perspective, go into other interaction with others. People have to, the whole country needs to hear a lot of such stories, and this will be the country's immersive experience. And secondly, another key statement, because it's an economic forum after all, the most valuable currency that needs to be invested in both now and always is trust. Trust is forged by people. And we have to target this as well. And I have to apologize to Rusia because I kind of interrupted her trust stats where we work at the level peer-to-peer. Rusia has changed roles, and right now she's working on building this trust, and we thank you for that. Let's not stop. Dear ladies, dear guests, let's not stop at this. See you next year at a new big forum dedicated to the issues of mental health, hopefully. Thank you very much indeed.
Everyone's here. Everyone has found their seat. So we are going to start. So, dear colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Mikhailo Abnorian. I will moderate today's panel discussion. It's not going to be a simple discussion, but extremely important today. The topic is business climate required for the victory. We are going to speak about the business climate we have today, what's the perception of the state and the business of this climate. We are going to speak about the role and place of law enforcement bodies and what the state should do for the victory and to improve the business climate for our victory. Our composition is very interesting, but before I introduce our participants, I would like you to show one slide which is very important for understanding of today's discussion. When I was preparing to moderate this panel discussion, I found a very interesting presentation made by the Ombudsman Office in Ukraine, which is processing complaints from business. And on this slide, you can find the top 5 complaints from business. So you can see tax issues here, actions of law enforcement bodies, actions of Ministry of Justice and Ministry and self-government authorities. You can see that 1 in 2 complaints was obtained from this area. Some other complaints were obtained from Ukrainian producers and approximately 16% from private entrepreneurs. So this slide is very important before we introduce our guests. Today we tried to choose their participants so that all of them were people who have who represent this business. The state is engaged in policy development or employed in law enforcement institutions. So Danilo Hetmantsev, head of Verkhovna Rada Committee on Finance, Taxation and Customs Policy. Volodymyr Popereshnuk, owner of Nova Poshta. Dmytro Oliynyk, chief of the Federation of Employers of Ukraine, and Alexander Maximenko, it's quite a long title, head of the Investment Protection and Implementation of Specialization of Prosecutors Unit of the Department of Criminal Policy and Investment Protection of the Prosecutor General's Office. My name is Mikhailo Abnorian. I represent company MHP. I am director for interaction with state institutions. I worked in this state area for some time, so I'll try to distance myself from the state and the business and make this discussion as fruitful and interesting as possible. I would like to ask all of the speakers to respect the time limit. So first we'll talk about the current business climate. The second topic is about the role and place of law enforcement institutions and how they influence the business climate. And the third topic is going to be about what should be done at the state level so that business climate becomes better. And in the end of our panel discussion, you, dear listeners, will be able to ask any questions you want. I insisted that it should be done online, on live mode, so you will have this opportunity. Let's start our discussion. Dmytro Oliynyk. I would like to give the floor to you as the representative of Federation of Employers, as a businessman and a person who heads and unites big business in Ukraine. And I would like to ask you a question. Today's business climate in Ukraine. What's your assessment, and how has it changed since the start of the full-scale invasion? 5 key problems that define business climate are corruption, war, corruption, war, corruption. And if we analyze the document prepared by the Office of the Ombudsman, there are all of these problems mentioned there. Today I would like to focus on a hot topic, which is military complex, and probably colleagues in the whole and the society know that we cannot win if Ukrainian producers of military equipment don't provide the right equipment and clothes, etc. to Ukrainian army. Why I raised this question today? Because the history of this issue is very long. Since the beginning of this year, audits have been going on among countries that provide clothes to Ukrainian army, and these companies do not have a right for income. It was regulated by the government's document. So we raised this question during the meeting of business representatives with the president. The president understood that it's a huge problem, and he gave 2 weeks for Ukrainian government. However, it's the 4th month today, and today in the morning we got a judgment of Lviv court about checks in the companies that provide equipment and weapons to Ukrainian army. That's the answer to the question how business survives in Ukrainian state. Today I approached Rostislav Surma, Mr. Shmihal, Yulia Sviridenko, and I asked why it is not solved, why we see this in action. Even though some law enforcement agencies keep working, and we need to find an answer to this little question, and it would make easier to solve many other issues in tax policy and free open market, public procurement, etc. We want the prosecutor's office to renew the control monitoring, and of course I cannot name all the production facilities, all the companies. However, Kabelucha is saying publicly that they produce Neptune, Stutnas, and it's the equipment which is critical and necessary for the armed forces. They produce vehicles for mining. Another company in Khmelnytsky also keeps working, and the Ukrainian Parliament, Verkhovna Rada, takes the decision that government should, within their responsibilities, regulate this issue. And actually, the business climate is not perfect since there are searches, etc. I have a question to you. What's your response? What's your solution? Why do you think it's happening, even despite the war, even despite the fact that there were meetings with the president, and there is communication. Danilo Alexandrovich knows the approach of the Confederation of Employers, and when there was a meeting with the president, there was a president there, the first prime minister, secretary of the Council of National Security, and we suggested a project that could be adopted to improve the situation. There were two other options discussed, how it can be regulated by the law or by a decision of the Council of National Security. So there are three institutions here: the government, the Ukrainian parliament, and the Council of National Security. They can take decisions. I understand why the situation is as it is. Some decisions had to be made very quickly in the beginning of war, and at that time the resolution was positive except one mistake, and this mistake had to be acknowledged and solved. However, today there is a risk of suspension of funding of this area, and it slows down our fighting and reaching the victory. Why isn't it settled? Very briefly. Okay, I'll speak briefly. There is Andrei Pivovarsky next to me, and when Prime Minister says, sorry, I'm just quoting what was happening during the meeting. It was already made public. When the Prime Minister says that he couldn't take this decision, in fact he could, but we had to take a decision that would solve this issue. And that was this strange thing with Pivovarsky, because our officers, public officers, are often afraid to take responsibility because law enforcement representatives might come to them. We could also solved it in Verkhovna Rada, in Ukrainian parliament, and today there are problems with procurement of the armed forces. The first companies, the audit companies came to were members of this military industry. So we need to take decisions. During military times, we need to take fast decisions. That's what military economy says. If the state doesn't take this decision, we not making our victory closer. And there was a survey about the institutions that have an impact on business climate. So the key institution is the armed forces of Ukraine. 93% of respondents said they trusted the armed forces. And when the people of Ukraine have this trust to the president, the government, the entrepreneurs, this victory will be within our reach. So if we speak about the business climate before the war and after the war, if we eliminate this factor of war, what's the state of the business climate? What are the changes? Very briefly. Even despite the fact that I often criticize the government, I want to be just here and fair. There were some mistakes. For example, during the first months of war, the customs legislation didn't have to be changed. But this mistake was acknowledged and addressed. So during the war, the mistakes are possible, but we need to remedy it and address them very quickly. And if we don't take into account this factor of war, there were many positive things, but these things I mentioned in the beginning just kill the entrepreneurship as such. Thank you. We are going to continue the discussion, but I just want every speaker to say some words in the beginning. Volodymyr Poporychuk, you represent one of the biggest companies in Ukraine that changed the lives of Ukrainians for the best. In your opinion, business climate in Ukraine today and before the war, how has it changed? What's your assessment of the current situation in Ukraine? Hello. Actually, there are many changes with business climate. If we speak about the beginning of war, the state showed and proved that they were capable of very strong and necessary actions. They cancelled some taxes, and that unfortunately they were restored. But I saw that the state could take some actions. So there is enough political will, there is enough bravery to do these steps. And thanks to these measures, business could restore their functioning. We experienced energy crisis, and we withstood it, and so I think it's a very positive case. We had to move in this direction. If we did, economy would be much more strong today, and that's one of the factors of our defense. Another positive example is from the military economy. Dmytro is right to mention it, because the war and the victory are the most important things today. And development of our military sector is the most important goal for all of us. So the positive case happened in the area of drone production, because thanks to some simplifications that were implemented, it became easier. Import was simplified, because last year it was a problem to import some elements for the equipment, because there were different regulations. Today it's much more easier to do, and we also gave more possibilities for entrepreneurs to make money. So what do we have? We have a very powerful area of drone production in Ukraine, and UFVs in Ukraine. This case should be implemented in other areas. We can do the same with munitions, where we still have many regulations that restrict our capabilities. The same should be done with tanks, etc. So I think we have positive cases. We saw how can be done, how should be done, and we saw positive results. So I think that business climate can be improved. Everything is possible. To be objective, before this meeting, I asked my subscribers what's the state of the current business climate in Ukraine. Has it improved? Has it worsened? Or hasn't it changed? And 90% of respondents said that it became worse. And it happened not only due to the war. So if we want our business climate to become as it was before the war, we need to do more. We need to compensate the impact of war So I think that today business climate doesn't correspond to, unfortunately, to the challenges we have today, including the military economy. It doesn't correspond to the challenges of restoring the economy. We need to create economic success story. So I think we need to go back and continue this liberalization that started in spring.
In the slide that I showed to you, 54% of complaints went from wholesale trade and distribution companies, because your company is also involved in this sector, and a lot of trade right now is taking place, in particular done by individual people and small producers via your postal service. So why do you think so many complaints are coming from this sector? Honestly, I don't know. It's the first time I have seen this number. I can question myself why people are complaining. There are multiple reasons for that. I know big business has also complained about this. So number one is just because their tax invoices get blocked. This is the first reason of their complaints. Then a difficult situation for crossing the borders. A lot of complaints with reference to that. So I can just pinpoint some of the answers with reference to why trade keeps complaining. Some of my fellow entrepreneurs said that big problems is in terms of being able to withdraw some money from the country or get the money across the border of Ukraine. So these are some fiscal things. But why those particular 54% that you've spoken about, I don't know. Okay. The last question in this block, Dmytro said that communications with the authorities are in place. There are some very positive cases, but more often than not, there's a lot of political will lack, or at the level of medium management, some of the officials in the country are not ready to commit. They're afraid of serious ramifications, whether they should be criminal or the other kind. So do you agree that there are very good communications with the government? Because there's, again, lots of different opinions, and people say that there is no dialogue, others say that there is communication, but there's a lot of lacking. What exactly is lacking for the authorities to both hear and do, make changes to ensure that there are improvements in the business climate? I suppose there's too much communication taking place. There's Facebook, for example. Overall, I don't think anyone lacks information these days. I don't think that the government doesn't hear some information or it's not communicated to the authorities. I suppose that in many ways your point of view depends on your point of sitting. So sometimes these conflicts are impossible to sort out. Yes, there was a point that I would like to follow up on. At the beginning of the war, no one was communicating. The government was trying to handle all of it on its own because she was responsible. She felt she was responsible. The government felt it was responsible. Entrepreneurs see a lot of issues, but the problem is that the state officials see no problems. If you listen to them, everything is okay, no problem with business, no one is complaining. And those who complain, they clearly want to pursue their own personal gain or interests. These are the people who are into different economic schemes, so criminals. I think that if the governments thought it was a real problem, it would be handling that. So they're just ignoring, they're overlooking these problems. There's a lack of political will and unwillingness to commit. You said that you have conducted a poll, a survey, and you have spoken about the position of your subscribers. So as a co-owner of Nova Poshta service, is the business climate better? Has it become worse, or is it the same? I have distanced myself intentionally. Why? Because I've gone through different circumstances. I've been an entrepreneur in this country for 25 years. I've never seen any favorable or conducive environment for businesses in this country. That's why you can hear this round of applause. There are multiple issues to do with clients, products, technologies, personnel. Any entrepreneur will say the same. And the problem with the government is one of the host of the problems that we have to tackle. And more often than not, it's not the biggest problem. These days, it's not a disaster for me to work. I don't have any searches. I don't have law enforcers coming to me to search my premises. The last such attempt was undertaken 5 years ago. That's why I do not personally complain. And even when I go public, I don't complain on behalf of myself. I complain and speak on behalf of other companies who haven't achieved the level, because we have a whole company of lawyers working for us, and luckily they secure me from different searches, checks, inspections. Therefore, I stand up for SMEs who don't have these big companies of lawyers standing up for them, and I want to make sure that they grow up to my scale. Therefore, overall, I'm not complaining. Once again, I can work under no matter what climate and circumstances. Thank you very much for your sincerity and your stance. Danilo, please. Your assessment of the business climate, please. You are someone who is one of the most influential figures in this country, who exerts influence on both political policy making, approval of the decisions, and other such things. So your assessment, what has changed and where are we moving? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Glory to Ukraine. Great glory to its heroes. So it just so happens that I have to answer to all of those complaints that we have heard. All of them are well-founded and they require explaining. Concerning what Mr. Alinik has just raised, I have been following these issues right from the start. I suppose it started at the time of Mr. Sokolovsky, who broached on this topic. I sent a letter to the Prime Minister and I communicated with him concerning that, this income issue, concerning the estimates. All of this has been handled as a result of our common work, joint work. Still some consequences remain, and I see that there are even photographs of this approval in different social media. And I do agree that a mistake was committed and it needs to be corrected. In a way, I do understand the Cabinet of Ministers, who is unwilling to commit in terms of correcting the mistake they committed last year. However, wartime is the time when lots of commitments have to be made, and we are conscious of last year's winter, when the decisions that were undertaken, well, let's put it bluntly, maybe I will be blamed for that, but anyway, they were not in line with the criminal code of Ukraine, but they definitely were in favor of the state, in the best interests of the state, in favor of pursuing our victory. We took those decisions regardless of the consequences, and that was right to do. And I guess that if the same choice was before us right now, we would go and do the same. What is business climate about? And to wrap up this case, I do agree that such decisions have to be taken, mistakes have to be corrected, and tensions have to be relieved. This absurd and stupid tension which is right now harming the activities of individual entrepreneurs and businesses. Getting back to your topic of business climate. Business climate is comprised of several components. First of which is, as we have felt it, we know it from our own first-hand experience, is security of our own life and activities. Security as such for businesses, and feeling secure and insured against the greatest threat that we are faced with, war. Infrastructure, which is supposed to facilitate the development of business instead of creating obstacles. And today we are faced with problems with logistics, and clearly logistics and the issues with that is one of the greatest impediments in the way to business development. Definitely it's the rule of law in the broadest dimension of this word, the justice system, law enforcement agencies, who have to refrain from the actions which unfortunately quite often become witnesses of, like the multiplex problem and the criminal case when one of the companies failed to pay taxes. And from my perspective, I am a lawyer, there was no criminal case as such, but the case is still pending, and some of the other justice actions are taking place, and this is absurd. And unfortunately, this is not the only case of the kind. And they're definitely not to take place right now because they do more harm than good in terms of exerting their influence on business climate. Undeniably, business climate is also about taxation of businesses, but something that Mr. Pepereshnyuk was talking about, allowances and benefits provided at the beginning of the war and then suspended, some earlier, others later, they truly enabled the economy to get rid of the shock. This was a very proper decision to take for the most part. However, these were interim, temporary decisions, because the government cannot resolve the issue it is faced with, the challenge it is faced with, without proper taxation. I understand, and it's probably right, that the focus of this discussion is all on business here and now, but I would just like us to take a helicopter view of the situation and land us somewhere on the sinful earth for us to understand the circumstances we are in right now. Open the draft project for the budget for the next year. All of the taxes, including customs duties, tax duties, and all of this covers only 93% of the costs and outlay that goes to the defense and security of Ukraine. We cannot cover all of the expenses and needs with the help of all of our revenue that comes to our budget. And you should understand, these are more than 20% of the GDP of Ukraine. So what kind of benefits for generators do we have? Or can we have? Benefits for generators. This is not facilitating importing generators when these generators are sorely needed, not only for businesses but for common people. But it's also about the fact that this money is taken away from the armed forces and channeled in another direction. If we take this decision in favor of the UAVs, no problem. I am also a co-author of such draft laws. However, if we mean something else, like a 2% tax that was introduced at the beginning of the war, like being exempt from import duties that was also introduced at the beginning of the war and then it was discarded. It's the same as we take this money out of the army's pocket and lay it in another money, in another pocket. Because other expenses have to be covered, unfortunately, with the help of the partners. And what is covered with the help of the partners, and that's something that I would also like us to talk about bluntly, these are not guaranteed costs. Even as of now, the year 2024, these are some of the obligations that Ukraine has to assume. We have 10 billion euros provided by the European Union to us as an obligation, and 2 billion from the IMF if the program is extended, and we are doing everything for that to happen. However, we need for the next year more than $42 billion to cover all of our expenses in order to finance all of the budget expenses. In addition to our taxes that we collect. So we have to assess any situation comprehensively, and we have to be aware that unless we have the proper budget for the army, then this challenge created and electrifies the business climate, the threat to life, will never be tackled. There will never be answer to this challenge. So we need to be aware that the situation in the world in terms of financing the needs of Ukraine is utterly acute in light of the event right now unfolding in the Middle East. We have to realize that this is not just the money which is provided to Ukraine free of charge. This is the money, negotiations about which is ongoing all the time, and the situation is very complicated. And let me bring one more point. Another challenge to characterize the business climate right now is the macroeconomic stability. It hasn't been mentioned yet, but I suppose that this is super important as a category, a super important indicator. Let me draw your attention to the fact that despite this war, we have managed to maintain the hryvnia, one of the components of our independence. Our banking system is still stable. We still provide lending due to 379 program. We run different mortgage programs, etc. So despite the largest armed conflict since 1945 in Europe, we are still running the programs which are characteristic of peacetime rather than wartime. We are still enjoying macroeconomic stability, which is also super important, super critical, because if the hryvnia had collapsed, there are some things that I'm so much unwilling, I hate to talk about as consequences for the business itself that would have happened. So all of these things have to be perceived comprehensively. You have to understand that there are no simple things. You cannot just cancel taxes and applaud to that, because the economy will just flop and Russians will come here immediately. So this complexity of this problem and multi-vector dimensional, all of this lies in the understanding of the officials responsible for all of these areas and the business which pays the money and contributes this money to the state coffer, earns it and provides jobs. And it has to be our common cause rather than a conflict and an off-stand that sometimes we have to observe. Thank you. You're right. This panel discussion is not about an off-stand or a conflict. I suppose that business was very constructive in providing its assessment of both ups and downs of the situation. And thank you very much for providing us this helicopter view to the whole situation with the economy development. But I have always been a proponent of cases and specific examples. So let us go to Resolution 335 issued by the Cabinet of Ministers. You said that in retrospective it was resolved, but still 9 months on, this issue hasn't been resolved finally. There should be a reason for that. All right. Metro says that the cause for that is about the lack of political will. The president seemingly collects all of the people in order to resolve this issue. I seem to have provided you with this answer. If it had depended on me, I would have taken this decision, even if there was a particular criminal prosecution threatening me. Officials who are in the Cabinet of Ministers responsible for those decisions probably are not ready to embrace such responsibility. Probably there are some legal qualifications not very easy and easily addressed, but still the resolution was passed through the Cabinet of Ministers. Officially, we signed it, saying that there was a need to approve this particular decision. Therefore, it seems to me that the answer to this question is obvious. But how can this be changed? 4 years on, with all due respect, you have mono majority. Why are you talking about 4 years? Because your faction in the parliament has been in charge for 4 years. You can impact any decisions. What's lacking? You were also one of the people working for the state city administration and Kiev city administration. In addition to your mandate, you were also legally responsible for the actions undertaken as an official. And you were also independent, and you could also take or reject whatever decisions were offered. So given this mandate of yours, you could assume responsibility and commit to taking a particular decision or not. We as a political team appointing you to this office couldn't twist your arms and perhaps imprison you later on for having taken a decision. So this was a matter of your personal responsibility, of your independence, to what extent you were ready to be independent. Something that I was responsible for as the chief of the financial committee. I did it all I could, and so did my fellow members. I'm not so sure if we can adopt the law. Perhaps let's do it, but quite honestly, I do not understand how a law can correct a particular mistake committed by a resolution approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. Yes, we agree with what you have to say. Every governmental official of any level is personally responsible, and all of the key stakeholders sitting at a table, when they negotiate about something, in my understanding, this is a roadmap. If they agree concerning the progression of the whole system of governmental authority, if there is a failure in that, then it's understandable. Your position is clear. You said that you did everything that you could. Let's move on. The only question that remains on our slide, 71% of complaints were with reference to taxation. So why do you think businesses keep complaining about this? Because it's a lion's share. What needs to be changed? I don't know honestly what period of time the statistic has been collected for. Maybe if this is at the end of 22, early 23, then probably it was talking about blocking the tax invoices. But we handled that. But overall, the interaction of the government and business lies in several dimensions. Taxation is the major core of area of interaction. Therefore, this is the greatest number of complaints that you have in. So this is my assumption, but again, undeniably, we have to analyze that and understand the specifics. Well, it's easy to complain about taxation. Try to complain on against Prosecutor General's office. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your ramified answer, Danila, for this sincere conversation. Now, Alexander. Your mission is really not easy, but very much important. Could you provide your assessment to nowadays business climate, because you get to observe a lot of different practical cases. You are at the top there and you have to condescend to different levels. So what's happening in terms of business climate in Ukraine from your point of view? I would like also to point out, and I can say so, Alexander didn't come from the prosecutor's office, but he was an attorney at law who entered this governmental system. So you have a possibility to enjoy this alternative view. So what's happening to the business climate in Ukraine?
Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I wouldn't like the law enforcement officers to assess business climate in Ukraine, because it's a very sensitive issue, and as business says, the main thing is that law enforcement agencies do not hurt us, do not create obstacles. But I have more complaints from investors, from Ukrainian business, and I can see all the problems of investors in Ukraine related to criminal proceedings or unfair treatment of law enforcement agencies of them. And even several years ago, I was telling about the problems within the law enforcement institutions. Now I'm not exactly on the other side, but I'm integrated into business as to be able to communicate an alternative opinion about different circumstances. So what do I see? I see that there is a decrease in the number of complaints from investors. We work with approximately 20 business associations, including European and American business associations, chambers of commerce, and we cooperate with them to solve issues with investors. I can see some positive trends, however, we get more complaints from Ukrainian business. So if we assess business climate in Ukraine, judging from the complaints that we get, I can state that we are now at the stage of active transformation of business climate, because in fact many things change. The approaches to the risk assessment change, the approach to the interaction between the businesses and the state change. And lately, business has been very active in this matter of reforming law enforcement institutions, state institutions. Business representatives make their contributions here. They come to us, participate in discussion, and we try to address these issues in a comprehensive way, because we realize that working separately on some specific cases of foreign investors would not be efficient. We have to work on systemic solutions, and I totally agree with Danilo that there are no simple solutions here. When we say that something should be changed in law enforcement system, we need to realize that complex actions are needed, and I see positive trends, and I hope that together with the business, the state and law enforcement institutions, we will eliminate this crisis of distrust. However, the General Prosecutor's Office communicates with the business, and I can say that this office is very open to business associations. It's ready to discuss any issues and questions, so they can also react if there is some kind of pressure on business. We are gradually moving to another block of questions, specifically about law enforcement agencies. I think it's a very relevant topic. So, Alexander, when business comes to you and you work on specific cases, can you provide your own feeling, your own assessment? For example, what's the number of cases which are substantiated? How many of them are not reasonable? Maybe there are some unfair demands or requests. Look, it's very interesting and complicated thing. It's very difficult to distinguish between business with some integrity and without it. We would like to support the people who create working places, who are investing and probably having some issues with law enforcement agencies. Actually, what we see, I can't provide specific statistics, but I can give an approximate. I think approximately 80% of cases have some elements of violations. So I cannot say that law enforcement institutions are doing some procedural activities without any grounds. I have a response here. You know, in American company. It's a famous one, and there are no searches there. So one of the functions we have is to teach law enforcement agencies to distinguish, to tell the business with integrity from the business without it, and if a business formally breaches legislation, the question raises about the proportionality of measures taken against these businesses. And here we also have clear policy of the Prosecutor General, and even there are, if there are some violations, the business should keep working. So we have a lot of results of our work. We had many meetings and moreover, in every prosecutor's office in every region, there is a person responsible for these cases of disproportionate response to the activities of the businesses. We launched some platforms where business representatives can reach out to the prosecutor's office, to the responsible people, explain the situations, explain why they think the attitude of law enforcement agencies was unfair, and find a way out of the situation. However, as soon as we create these instruments and these platforms for dialogue, the representatives of some unlawful businesses come, and sometimes there are cases when some companies related to the Russian Federation who change their registration place and come to Ukraine again. They start talking about their responsibility, etc. So the question is multidimensional. When you're outside of this system and you're only responsible for one client, you have one vision of it. When you are inside this system, you can assess the questions to the business and the questions we might have to the law enforcement agencies, and you start understanding the logic of decision making. And in fact, there is a logic in the decisions of the law enforcement agencies. The question is, what is the basis of this logic and the basis for their procedural activities? And there are different situations from this point of view, and some cases are doubtful. So let's discuss these cases in detail. You are saying that sometimes there are unfair and unlawful activities of law enforcement agencies. Let's discuss a case if the investigator if his actions were unlawful. For example, when a prosecutor approaches the investigative judge, it means that there is some control, judiciary control, and for example, if a solution about a search or arrest is taken, this decision should be presented and to confirm that the investigative judge assessed the actions. On the other side, we keep reminding business that it's easier to cooperate when there is a clear problem, and now we have an open discussion with business representatives. If they don't trust us, no questions. There is anti-corruption agencies that you can approach if you are demanded bribes, and this person will be held responsible. And let's back to the question, what's your responsibility? For example, there are actions that make business stop their activities. If their accounts are arrested, for example, then you start investigating it and you realize that it was unfair, something was done wrong. What's the responsibility? What's the responsibility of the law enforcement agency for creating the problems for their unlawful actions? Well, legally speaking, if there is a corruption component, if there are facts of misuse of power, please, you can open a legal case, and the responsible people will be brought to justice. However, sometimes it's difficult to prove unlawful actions of prosecutor because they also have an opportunity to use, so to speak, decisions of an investigative court. And I can say that criminal procedural code is states that if you get an application about criminal violation, you need to start a pre-trial investigation. Another question is how you're going to do it. We are not dealing with this. I'm not dealing with this personally. My task is to create a system, to reform some institutions, to train prosecutors and staff to ensure the work of business. It's not a matter of bringing someone to justice. It's about creating a favorable environment. Okay, Dmytro Olinik, your thoughts on this topic. My answer is going to be very simple. I would like to add some insights. I'm sorry that I will name these people. So I was having a cup of coffee with Vasa Danilyak and other colleagues, and Igor said that he had several criminal cases with blocked accounts, with fraudulent accounts. We realized that the pressure on business should not exist, especially in times of war. That's why 42 Manifesto emerged, this entrepreneurs movement. And Vyacheslav Klimov, your partner, wrote it in particular. So what are the principles of this movement? We read the 42nd article of Ukrainian Constitution, and it's written that the freedom of entrepreneurship should exist for all the people. However, we realized that we don't fully enjoy this right, so the decision was the following. First of all, we voiced it in front of the president, and then we had a meeting with the business, and we said, dear president, you are for the reform of the law enforcement agencies, you are for cooperation with business, what is going to be done? And it was decided that all the violations and breaches will be shown. So we are trying to organize the principle of NATO collective defense, when attack of one member will be considered as an attack of all members. We as entrepreneurs cannot stay silent. We need to change the rules of play in Ukraine. We need to create working places, we need to pay taxes, and we are ready to be responsible when somebody violates the law. However, the officials should also bear responsibilities. Those officials whose activity led to some damages of entrepreneurs. When the accounts are frozen, it means that the whole entrepreneurial activity is blocked. However, that's why the main challenges are about the searches, about freezing accounts. So I would like to support some separate departments in the General Prosecutor's Office. There are people you can approach to say that please pay attention to these things, let's think how we can change this or that. Unfortunately, today we are in the beginning of this path, but I agree that we are publicly communicating all the cases, and there are journalistic investigations as well. Alexander, there is a partial cooperation with law enforcement institutions, and I hope that soon it will become a bump in a good sense for entrepreneurs, and in a bad sense for the officials who violated the law, who should be held responsible. Okay, Volodymyr, I would like to hear your comment too, and then we will sum up and think how we can act constructively. Volodymyr, what's happening with the law enforcement system? Do you feel any pressure? What your colleagues and your friends say? And in your opinion, what functions should these agencies have in terms of their influence on the business climate of Ukraine? So first I would like to answer the question whether the law enforcement agencies are responsible for unlawful actions with the cowards, etc. No, they are not responsible for these cases. For example, there was a case when there was the reputation was damaged, but it was not substantiated, so we needed to justify ourselves, and the system should protect its members, and this question is closed. What other questions you had? The question about the reform of law enforcement agency in general. It's something I mentioned in the beginning. When representatives of business and authorities have different points of view, they're not coinciding. When my clients have some complaints, I cannot say that they're not right. I think that clients are always right. I don't think that there is something wrong with them. No, I think that something is wrong with us, whatever the complaint. However, it's completely different with the state. For them, businessmen and entrepreneurs are always wrong, and that's what should be changed, and we have different positions.
Business doesn't say, don't check us. No, it never speaks like that. They say, do it in a civilized way. Because any searches, any mask shows, as we call them, is already a brand, the brand and the reputation of Ukraine. And there's only one purpose: to exert pressure, psychological pressure. I've been inside that, and I know why this is being exerted at times. So businesses say, exercise the will of the president, where the business said, we will have the service ensuring business economic security, that there will be civilized measures applied to businesses. No one will just drop on you to withdraw documents, to get people arrested, etc. You also have to see what all of these arrests result in, because there's very little upshot as a result of all of those checks and inspections. Much more money goes to all of these inspectors rather than fiscal fines. So the president said that a structure should be instituted that will deal with self-analytics, and businesses agree with that for the most part, to make sure that there is just one body to verify and check and inspect over the activities of businesses. It wasn't our initiatives, it was instigated by the parliament, so let it be operative, let it be functional, but business on its part doesn't object to that. Thank you. Slowly but surely we are moving on to part 3, the final part, what the government needs to do. You have already provided comments to the second part of the questions, and it's a very nice bridge to question 3. Understandably, this is going to be explosive. There will be investigations launched. Law enforcers will be doing something, and each and everyone will be trying to do this war of positioning. How can we make it so that we depart from this warfare and lack of the dialogue, and instead go for mutual understanding between the law enforcement agencies and businesses? How can we establish this dialogue and transform it in a more civilized dimension, especially like it is in the countries who are financially helping Ukraine very actively and writing and contributing roadmaps and recommendations concerning what needs to be done in Ukraine in the foreseeable future. Thank you. I will answer. I don't know, Volodymyr, why Volodymyr has decided I said everything is okay. I didn't mean to say everything was fine and okay. You said that the problem is only up to bad entrepreneurs. That's what you said. You must have misunderstood me, or I must have miscommunicated my opinion. I am conscious of this issue. Moreover, I'm struggling. I'm combating this problem. At least I don't know who else has publicized his contact details on which people can call and write whenever they have any problems in part of fiscal issues and law enforcement issues. I'm getting a lot of these complaints, and I can look into them myself, and I can already draw my own conclusions based on this experience. In response to what I've just heard, it seems to me, and I'm very much thankful that you have invited a representative of the Prosecutor General's office. It seems to me that the lion's share of solution to the issues we are dealing with lies in the domain, the realm of the Prosecutor General's office, because this is the office which is in charge of law enforcement agencies, not like the trinities or triple panels behind the doors, not just special manual control at the telephone call, but it's a body which coordinates the activities of the agencies which get out of control. So there are two components to this work. So the first component is where the oversight agencies and law enforcement agencies cross the line of expediency and propriety and legality. Let's call the things their proper names. I have already named this multiplex problem because there was a representative of the Prosecutor General's office, and he was fierce, vehement in standing up for the position of the law enforcement agents. Multiplex, it's a network of cinemas. After the commencement of the war, cinemas were not operational, but they were still paying salaries to their employees, but they were not paying special tax on that. And in early 2023, they already had some debts, about up to 5 million, if I'm not mistaken. And they paid it. They covered all of this. And in all of this time, they were not hiding or concealing. They were simply not working, so they had no money to pay for these taxes. However, there was a criminal proceeding initiated. Documents began to be withdrawn. All of these investigative activities were launched into action. And I'm not going to speak about all of the detail happening backstage this event. We had a special temporary investigative commission set up, and I asked Article 1215. It speaks about intentional avoidance of tax paying. So intent should be an integral part of these proceedings. How can you prove there was an intent if you said that the people submitted the necessary documents based on which they recognized that they knew that there were arrears and they promised they would pay these debts? And there was no answer to this question. So this position is still defective, and this issue hasn't been handled yet. Another proceeding which was also raised at this meeting, Blitzinform, if I'm not mistaken. The criminal proceeding has been going on for 5 years. This is complete disgrace. I'm not going even to speak about the corpus delicti because I'm not much into that. But if someone is guilty, let them be incarcerated, let them be jailed. And if this is someone who is innocent, then close this proceeding. But for 5 years, the assets have been arrested. Different kinds of investigative activities have been going on and off. But this is like, you know, these circles of hell that people have to go through. Their turmoil is ongoing. It seems to me that the Prosecutor General's office is a constitutional body that needs to commit to coordinating in this realm, and another part is also to do with it. Sometimes they pay attention to multiplex and stuff like that, while at the same time they keep their eyes wide closed to real criminals and violators. We do not have to go and see much what people do with reference to selling cigarettes when the minimal price is 70 and they pay only at the level of 35 as tax. You don't have to be an investigator, but they have time for multiplex cases. Whereas for thieves, patented thieves, who are stealing excise duties from Ukraine during the time of war, they have no time. So this is another strand. This is a huge reserve. We count on the 30 billion on excise duties to end up in the budget of Ukraine, not in the pockets of the thieves. And unfortunately, the law enforcers are not paying attention enough to these cases. So in summary, it strikes me that we have to unite, all of us. Not in the paradigm business versus the authorities. No, we understand each other well enough because we are clever people. We can hear each other. But there should be another context of our interaction. We ought to fight together with the business jointly against corruptioners, the people who are still down in the shadows, the clans that cement the system, which is already 32 years old in our country, and who are the true enemies, perhaps even more so than the enemies on the front line. At least those ones are visible, whilst these ones are inconspicuous. And I'm sure that the white business is interested so much more than the government in not having black or gray competitors. If we joined our efforts, then we would reach a success. Because I get to receive different kinds of complaints. I understand, and this is really critical. The representative of the Prosecutor General's office was very right when he was talking about his case-by-case analysis. I understand what it's all about when you delve deeper into the context while departing from generalizations, which are very much detrimental to us, especially now. And you go in detail, case by case, and then we depart from these templates or generalizations which say all of the businesses are evaders, they are not paying taxes. It's the same as to say that all men are assholes. We are all different, and that's right. And everyone has to be treated differently. And when you get to analyze it all more deeply, you realize that there's a borderline crossed, and there are abuses, and proper response has to be undertaken. But there's another interesting case that I would like to focus your attention on, because this is really telling. An entrepreneur reaches out to me, and he says that the white business, the legal business, is being killed. We are put on the risk list, and I deal with wholesale trade, fuel trade, and they have blocked my business, and I have nowhere to go. And they keep answering the same things over and over again. And when analyzing his case, you ask him, why do you need 3,000 irons? Why do you need 10,000 chairs? And you understand that he didn't sell these goods. He just bought the documents for these goods, in order to gain advantages on his VAT. So this is a scheme broadly utilized back in the past, and something still continues right now. So it becomes clear. When you begin to analyze these things, everything becomes crystal clear. So I appeal with you to join our efforts. I know that the authorities and the president, they are all open in order to counteract corruptionists and those who avoid paying taxes, because this is our common goal. Unless we tackle them, unless we counter them, it'll take us a long time to pursue our victory. Thank you very much. So in summary, what you said, Prosecutor General's office has to be more active in terms of stemming and committing and coordinating these issues. and exposing all of these abuses. Of course, law enforcers have to be more responsible for the actions that they do, and there has to be general responsibility and willingness to bring law and order to this country. Concerning Alexander, given what Danilo has said, but just very briefly, from my perspective, what I get to hear is we have the syndrome of Pivovarsky, common amongst our officials. I can see a lot of them being fearful of the law enforcement agencies, that they are afraid and they're intimidated of criminal responsibility. So how can we do it, Alexander, that this syndrome of responsibility and liability, not of Pivovarsky but of another man, how can we force this syndrome on all of the participants in this process? But just keep it brief. It's a big myth that law enforcers do not understand what their responsibility for their actions is. It's just that the prosecutorial offices are not ready. They don't know how to communicate such cases, and more often than not, the society simply is not aware of such cases, how this is documented, how decisions are taken, and how people are brought to account for their misactions, miscarriages of decisions. And the society is generally not ready to perceive the communication of these cases. The only thing, when you say that the Prosecutor General's office has to amplify its coordination function, I think that it is strong enough. And in the Prosecutor General's office, there is a task force set up which keeps busy dealing with illegal excise duty goods. And all of these things have been raised, and they have activated this area of activities that you are talking about. And there are even outputs, and if we look at the statistics, there are already certain very good tangible results of this counteraction. So this work is being done by the office. By the way, the office is the only agency that has a department responsible for protection of assets. So we as the office are open to these dialogues, to people coming with very complicated issues, frankly speaking, and in a lot of these issues, the office has to take very serious and valid decisions. And you can just go online and see the stories to do with volunteers, how volunteers were brought to account. So what decisions the Prosecutor General's office had to take in this respect. There are no simple decisions to take. No one can tell you that after taking certain activities and measures, things will become easier. This is a matter of months and years. We have to change legal culture, not only with businesses, but also with law enforcers. In my understanding, legal culture is defined by specific actions and effects of these specific actions, not just by popularizing of certain norms or rules, but specific ramifications of specific actions. You said that law enforcers are also liable. So let's speak specifically. How many cases has your office adjudicated during the time that you have been working in your office out of 100%? How many criminal proceedings were abolished, etc.? I can tell you that from the point of view of business association, this statistic is open. Over the last year, we have considered something like 90 plus complaints, and of them, in 28 cases, if I'm not mistaken, in one way or another, the rights of the investors violated were restored. And so based on the statistics, I can tell you that as of now, we have returned temporarily withdrawn assets to the amount more than 300 million hryvnias or dollars. So the question is not about numbers. The idea is that everyone has been informed that there is this leverage of exercising influence. It's operational, and there is a possibility to restore one's violated rights. You know, I am also communicating a lot in our business sector. And concerning the activity and efficiency of your office, there are no questions. But you said about 30 cases. So nearly a third of all of the cases, you have recognized that there was the abusal of duties. There were specific investigators and prosecutors, people responsible for taking decisions. How many of those responsible for taking these wrongful decisions were brought to account. We're not speaking about killing them, but at least maybe some admonishments, reproaches were announced to them. People may have been fired. Some criminal proceedings may have been initiated against those people. So what kind of responsibility was there in place? Look, it's slightly different. All of the cases of the kind impact the careers of the representatives of the prosecutor offices, and sometimes decisions are taken against them to pursue their careers in prosecutorial offices. Right now, there is no possibility for us, we don't know how to communicate that to the general public. And as soon as there are specific thresholds for us to understand how and when we can comment on these situations, this was immediately done. But again, have a look in the media. There's immediate informational response to the detentions of prosecutors if there are some illicit gains required. So we cannot say that the system covers up its own. It's not very proper to state like that. It's just like bringing a particular prosecutor to account for some illegal actions. It's not that easy. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 months. Again, if you have a look at the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, where there are some very serious, grave manifestations of illegal activities, it takes years and years to pursue such cases. Okay, I see. We have very little time left. I would also like to have a Q&A with our audience. So let us just finish discussion with you, our fellow dear panelists. Very important discussion, but when the prosecutorial offices learn how to communicate about these issues, so the question arises, how many people will be liable? And there will be a specific answer. 5, 3 people, 6, 7 people, for example, were dismissed. And this will speak in favor of the trust and credibility of the activities undertaken by your office. Because the other side, the opposite numbers, will understand, yes, there is coordination, there is inspection of the respective cases, and people are brought to account. But right now, let us talk about the recipes. 3 things. What do you think the government needs to do to improve the business climate? I do not agree with Alexander and Danilo. I couldn't disagree more, and I would like to stand up for the law enforcement agencies. They're highly professional, and instead they see the black tobacco goods and alcohol, excise duties. No, I'm joking. They can see it all very well. Moreover, the question is whether they're working for the sake of the government or their own pockets. Anatoly Makarenko, a customs officer, during his meetings with the previous president, when talking about how to interact different abuses, the prime minister, the head of the Ministry of Interior, representatives of the whole law enforcement agencies. So the question was, Mr. Head of the Customs, he said, how can we overcome all of these things? Mr. President, all of the involved personalities are gathered at this table. So the 3 recipes that we have to exercise in order to improve the business climate.
The first question is deregulation and abolition of taxes for weapons production facilities, because we should not impose taxes on soldiers. The second thing is to deregulate business in general, because military economy is a part of a general economy. It's the same thing basically, and if it is done, we will not have many of the problems, because many problems are due to the overregulation of a business environment, and all of the entrepreneurs are considered guilty. And the third thing, we need privatization of state property, and we need it to be performed by huge volunteering institutions, such as Prytula, for example, because they will be able to use all the money for the victory, for the weapons. But we eliminated the value-added tax for these purchases of weaponry, As to the general improvement of business climate, I want people to understand what we plan to do in general, and what we are doing, and that's an obvious and clear path. So I support that we need deregulation, and Sverdenko probably mentioned the working group that plans to abolish almost a half of all documents needed today. But the first thing is the European integration. In my opinion, unfortunately or fortunately, we don't have any other alternative. It's a very difficult, probably for somebody it's unpleasant path, but we need to embark on it. Because European integration means one of the biggest markets in the world, and in 2022 we saw that some domains were gaining more profits than ever before, thanks for the liberalization of European market for us. Secondly, it's European law, because we need the rule of law to be established in Ukraine, and the standards of living and opportunities for the business we will get from the European market. We see what PASS was followed by our eastern partners, eastern neighbors. We believe that until the end of October, the negotiations on EU integration will be opened, and without mentioning the logistics and support of exporters, ensuring military risks, European integration is the path number one. Thank you. Okay, thank you for these 3 specific recipes. And now, please, we have a mic in the hall. Introduce yourself and ask a question. Hello, Maxim Olehov. I'm member of supervisory board of Kharkiv plant of individual protection. Means you said that there are some tax benefits in terms of military production, but there is a technical question here. State open calls and state procurements is a catastrophe. I'm mostly speaking about drones and other areas. Most production facilities import equipment to their stocks, and there are enterprises who do not have state contract. And okay, so the question is about taxation. Look, this tax benefit will be in force until the end of this year, but we will prolong it. By the way, if you have some proposals, we can work on it. Please suggest some solutions, and I think we will take them into account for the year 2024. I don't know how to formulate it right now, but please send your proposals. Great, it's very constructive. The next question, please. Here, please. Hello, Olha Prosenyuk. You know, I listen to representatives of the state of the business, and I think that in this situation, it's important for the state to hear business environment and vice versa. When we just speak, of course, it's a great platform, a great forum, but the most important thing is to hear each other. And I think that business should think about what they can do for the state, not only what they can do for their own survival. And the state should think what they can do so that business continues its operation and pays taxes and bring more income to the state. As far as I understood, the lawyers will win because they will always have some job for the state, for the business. Alexander said that they have been studying the cases of investment. Why do you work on the cases of foreign investors, not Ukrainian? By the way, I have never seen the case when some prosecutors were brought to justice for some misuse of power or something else. That's my personal experience, my personal opinion. The question is the following. It's a painful question and a simple one, both for the state and the business. How does the mobilization influence the state and the business, and where is this balance that needs to be preserved? It's an important question. It has an impact on the business climate, but it's a very broad. Please, Alexander, give a short answer to the first question about foreign investors, and then we will listen your opinions about the mobilization. Actually, we not only work with the foreign investors. It doesn't mean that Ukrainian business representatives cannot approach us with their complaints. We have a representative of the Federation of Employers who speak about the cases related to Ukrainian bases. We also work with the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. They can also come to us. But the cases of foreign investors is just a bit different. Ukrainian business these cases are different. For them, it's sometimes more complicated. I can understand the logic of foreigners, but sometimes I fail to understand the logics of Ukrainian entrepreneurs because they do not communicate their clear position. We have this crisis of trust which influences the situation. Sometimes entrepreneurs are not ready to disclose all the information all they have. And if you look at the specific legislation about investment security, you'll find many important things. By the way, there is a brochure here about the specific steps. You can look through it. And so I wanted just to clarify. Let me explain about business associations. They serve as a filter for us. They explain the position of business. Okay, we heard you. Now, please give the answer about mobilization. We already mentioned that we need to understand the state. We understand that more servicemen should be mobilized, and I'm sure that they will come back to their working places after the victory. Well, there were approximately 7-8% of mobilized members of our organization, and today it's over 12%. It indicates that every 10th person is serving in the armed forces, even though before the war they were working at different enterprises. There was a legal regulation which was not ideal. So what are the problems today? In some enterprises, over 40% of employees are mobilized, and if you look closer in it, it might happen that it was ordered. that's a conspirology. We need to improve this legal act. We need to be responsible about it. We know that we will not win this war without helping armed forces, not only in terms of taxes, but in terms of drafting servicemen. But actually, the state introduced some conditions so that business continues its operation. It's true there are some conditions, but to be honest, I don't know how to answer this question, but we keep discussing it with the government. Actually, there is a big problem in the economy. Men do not want to be employed officially. Sometimes it can be done to bigger enterprises. But how can we solve this issue in general? Look, it's probably the most difficult question that we don't have a definite answer to. The only thing I'm asking to understand the state here. The state is not some kind of god who requests people to be mobilized. It's our common problem. We do not want to mobilize people. We are fully aware of the fact that it has bad consequences on the development of business in Ukraine, but we don't have any other choice. All of us, that's our common problem. The mechanism that was developed by the Ministry of Economy is fine. It works. I haven't heard any complaints about it, and we don't have any better mechanism as of today. But it's a problem that still exists. We cannot face this challenge in any other way. So I would like you to understand it, and all of us need to help in it. Okay, the last question, please. Very briefly. The Marhorodsky Dynasty Group. I have a question to Mr. Danilo Hetmantsov. He said that the state has two priorities today, which is simplification of business and decrease of regulatory pressure and integration to the European Union. However, these factors are difficult to balance and to combine, because business is very strongly regulated in the European Union, and we realize that in Ukraine there are enterprises that are not ready to start implementing European standards, because for this hundreds of millions of investments and replacing equipment will be needed. So how can we address this problem of implementing the standards and regulation which is practiced in the European Union? Well, I cannot say that these things, these aims contradict each other, but there is a sort of a conflict in the process of their implementation, because it's true that in the European Union some areas are more regulated than in Ukraine. This is the case for the agriculture and some other areas. We will need to introduce their standards. For me, it's easier to answer. We will try to solve this, but I want to be honest. There will be no alternative for us either to implement these standards or not. We will have to implement it them, and that's it. Some of our members of parliament do not want to vote the law according to which they will be financially monitored for the rest of their life. However, we will adopt it because it's the requirement of the European Union. There is no alternative to it. There is a question of transitional periods, and during this discussion with the European Union about the accession, we will insist on this transitional period so that business is able to adapt. That's the only path I see, and probably it's the only one. We cannot stay partly in the USSR and partly in the European Union. There should not be illusions here. Another thing, unfortunately or fortunately, there cannot be a discussion either we integrate to the EU or not. There is no alternative today, so I would recommend the business that face difficulties due to these regulations to develop a plan for adaptation and propose to the government how we can help them, what mechanism can be developed so that they spend less for this adaptation process. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear participants. I would like to thank you for this discussion. Let's thank all the representatives of the state law enforcement agencies and business with applause. I was glad that there was no questions about law enforcement agencies, which means that there are many other things on the agenda that should be addressed and discussed. I would like to personally thank everyone and say that the dialogue is important, maintaining this dialogue, and we should be one team, members of one team. It's extremely important, even in times of war, especially in times of war, because business, it's a continuation of the state, because it's also a front, and business should be attentive to the processes that are happening in the state. It's very important to maintain discussion, mutual respect and responsibility. Everyone should be responsible. There are no saints in the system because it leads to negative consequences and harmful practices in economies. So I liked the approach of the state and the business. I hope they will find compromises. Thank you, everyone, and you'll be able to ask questions personally if you want to.
15:30 on our watches and clocks, Kiev time. Thank you very much for coming to this meeting. We're still waiting for one more panelist, and she's going to be with us, by the way, online, but I hope she will be joining us shortly. My name is Irina Vannikova. I'm Communications Director at Ukrainian Industrial Complex. And today I will be moderating this discussion, whose topic is business strategies during wartime. And let me immediately introduce our participants. These are strong, powerful businessmen, leaders of the Ukrainian businesses. So let us give them a big hand. That these people have gathered here together with us, for them developing their businesses, for standing up and for becoming even more effective, both during the hot phase and now during this year that the war is still going on. And we understand this war is prolonged. This is an existential war. This is the war for the destruction of the Ukrainian nation. So this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So we'll be talking about the way that businesses have been mutating, changing over the last year, whether the strategies have been changed, whether it's possible to develop a certain strategy for the future when we are working and living in conditions of turbulence and complete uncertainty. So our speakers, could you once again give you a big round of applause, and then I will be introducing them. Vladislav Chichotkin, the co-founder of Rosetka Company Marketplace. Where's your big hand? Come on, give it up. Vasim Danilyak, CEO of OKO Company Petrol Stations. Denis Mirgorodsky, an entrepreneur, lawyer, Dynasty Investment Group founder. Dmytro Musienko, a board member of Privat Bank in matters of small-scale businesses. And Dmytro Zosula, advisor to MHP Company. And online with us, there is Inga Andreeva. She is the Chief Executive Officer of MasterCard in Ukraine and Moldova. So let me say a few words as an introduction, and then we will move on to general questions. Let me make a small introduction. So Inga is with us online. Can you hear us well? We cannot hear you. Well, now we can. Thanks for joining. By the way, friends, at the end of today's discussion, there will be an opportunity to ask your questions to the panelists. We have a special chat box bot on our Telegram channel, and I will be articulating your questions, voicing them, saying them out loud as you have sometimes. So, the strategies of businesses during wartime. This is our overall topic. There's a fantastic quote by Viktor Frankl, a psychotherapist, who said about the survival in the German concentration camp. He said the first ones to break down were the first who believed in swift victories, that soon everything would be over. The second group of people to break down were those who wouldn't believe that this would ever end. But the survivors were the people who focused on their actions, on their life, without anticipating or looking forward to whatever could come their way. And it seems to me this, in the first place, relates to the Ukrainian businesses, because we are living here and now. Can we speak about the future and build long-term strategies now? As far as I know, you are building them. When I was in communication with each of our panelists separately in preparation for today, I had a very positive, very nice impression, because these people over the last year have become only better and have become more efficient. They have grown stronger. They have not just survived in these critical moments, but during the war they managed to make their businesses stronger and bigger. So what is their secret? That's what is the matter of our discussion. But first, let's have a quick round of questions, dear panelists. What are the major challenges, the biggest ones that you have been faced with? Some of you have said these are sales markets, losses, destroying infrastructure, decreasing your potential or human personnel drain. So let us start with Mr. Chichotkin. Good afternoon. I think that in the first place we have to understand that challenges change, and the challenges we were faced with in February 2022 very much differ from October 2023. At first it was a chaos, and the biggest problem for our business at the time was logistics matters. People were willing to buy, but we couldn't provide availability of goods across Ukraine. In Kiev in particular, everywhere where we were present, we couldn't deliver goods to destinations. Over some time, we came to understand there was lack of fuel, and we were pretty prepared for that, I should say, because given what was happening at the time, because the war had been going on since 2014, looking at what was unfolding at the time, we understood that the first shots and the first missiles at our petroleum plants, at petrol depots, we saw what was happening in Donetsk, Lugansk, so we came to realize that we would have to build a small fuel depot, and not a single day did we have any downtime due to the lack of fuel. When you probably remember a lot of problems in spring and early summer, we weren't suffering from that because we had accumulated stockpiles of fuel. Then after the first facilities were hit in the energy complex, we began to build our own energy independence with the help of generators. Frankly, this was so obvious. I was pretty much amazed even at the time. The government wasn't doing that, other private businesses weren't doing that. In 2023, now we have absolutely different problems. I beg your pardon, there's a technical difficulty. People cannot hear you at the back of your room. Please speak up. Let's speak up, all of us. The problem of 2023 lies in the fact that the war is still ongoing, unfortunately, and every missile or every UAV Shahed can render any business irreparably lost. So our question is how to remain to be efficient. For internet sales, it means very big stockpiles and storage facilities concentrated in one place, so material assets, how to build our private storages, any kinds of schemes to make sure that one missile attack does not destroy the whole business. The second, of course, it's the human resources lack. Everyone gets to see what's happening when in a particular region mobilization is amplified and people cannot go to work because they're afraid that on the way to workplaces they will be caught and sent to the front line. People are getting poorer. Salaries at the same time are higher, at least in my business this is the case, higher than back in 2021. So how to continue being efficient, how to continue making money and save up for the military risks and war risks, it's another thing that we have to think and focus on every day. Another remark to our moderator who said that we have grown bigger and stronger. Unfortunately, we have to realize that we have become stronger and bigger in comparison to our competitors in the country where the war is still raging. We are exceptionally lucky that a missile hasn't hit our, for instance, facility. We're lucky in that we have such a steadfast army and resilient nation. But a lot of our competitors have been less fortunate than ourselves, or they got intimidated and they escaped. Therefore, the competition in Ukraine simply has shrunk. Therefore, we have additional gains and possibilities to survive and become stronger here in Ukraine. But Mr. Vladislav, not to be daunted and to keep growing, this is about a conscious choice. Yes, it's true. But we still have to be aware that in every business there are war risks and we have to mind them. And every time I repeat about them because a lot of people unfortunately overlook them. Then air defense and the war industry and complex that I represent here can also ensure your security, even private security. Mr. Vasil, the question now goes to you. What are your challenges? What has been the core pain for you, headache, and perhaps even persists? Our major challenges included complete drastic change of supply chains. northern supplies and eastern supplies were completely severed, and the whole logistics chain in 2 or 3 months had to be reconstructed, and we had to go across the western borders, which we had never done before. This was the first challenge. The second one, of course, we are not the same business as Rosetka, described previously. We are independent. We are a GDP derivative business because the GDP declined by 30%. Respectively, our business shrank, our industry sagged by about 32%. But it sagged not evenly across the whole country, and the companies which were lesser represented in the east or in the south of the country, our country inclusive, we had little representation in the east or south of Ukraine at the time. Therefore, we had greater gains in terms of our geographical presence. We managed to uphold our positions, and we grew in market share regardless of market sagging. And what Slava has just remarked on, this wasn't the company growth as such. This wasn't the growth of market share at the expense of some new business opportunities that came up our way, but this was largely due to manifesting ourselves better than our competitors. That is to say, our team was better at presenting itself. We grasped the situation. We were faster at taking prompt decisions, and therefore we grew not only in terms of market share, but also in terms of tonnage of freight. I suppose maybe we are one of the handful of such cases, maybe just a single case. In terms of tons of freight, we have definitely grown over the last year. When we talk about the migration of the human resources today, they have spoken about 6.2, even 10 million people have fled Ukraine. We have looked at the statistics of the state, statistics service. We saw something up to 6 million people. So this number of the people, understandably, they were primarily children and women. Nevertheless, we still very much feel the lack of qualified personnel. Something that is talked about in terms of structural employment. Yes, it is also in place. Yesterday we looked at the graphs presenting how many people would like to get one job. Since 2020 to 2023, this curve of the number of people aspiring to get one job dropped, it just declined. It means that the businesses that would like to develop some projects are suffering from a dramatic shortage of human resources. So something which is taking place right now is a struggle for human talents. It has become much more aggressive and fierce than it was at the time when the market was moving in peaceful times. So this fight for the personnel, for involving, the true professionals, has become fierce. Along with that, we're talking about a very high unemployment rate in Ukraine. Yes, the unemployment rate is high because the GDP has sagged, because numerous enterprises have folded down. It's true. Thank you, Mr. Vasil. Now, Denis Mirgorodsky, when we were in communications with you for the first time, you told me about how your enterprises faced the war. And in fact, it was very close to the contact line. One of your enterprises is based in Dnipro. So we can imagine what happened on February 24th. And it was a new manufacturing facility, a very promising one. So please share about it. So what were your challenges? How did you manage to withstand them? In addition to the challenges which are usual and ordinary for everyone, which is personnel turnover, it was logistics that went out of control. On February 24th, we came to realize that we were the only enterprise producing polymer containers in Ukraine still in operation. The rest of them were not working anymore. Great numbers of people were fleeing towards the west of Ukraine, and they were in dire need of the containers for oil and water. No one could produce these containers except our manufacturing facility. But the problem was that our manufacturing facilities could cover only a third of all of the requests, the demand in the market. And the greatest challenge in this regard, upon us was incumbent the mission to save the whole market, whilst our resources were very much limited. And we came to realize that the containers, whether it be for water or oil, was of strategic importance at the time. And we were working for the sake of the strategic infrastructure. At the same time, our telephone was red, boiling red. The military were calling us, politicians, ex-politicians, oligarchs, trying to break through to us, even gangsters. Everyone wanted to have a bottle of water or bottle of oil, but we understood that we couldn't meet all of their needs and wants. And when we focused on making sure that the plants producing water couldn't be put on stall, that they would have to be supplied so that they could continue their production, this became our core task. Can you tell us about the story when by Skype or online you set up the production line that the Finns had been commissioned to produce, and without them it was impossible to install this line, and they were not afraid to come. So how did you work? So they were afraid to come to Ukraine. In fact, they were not Finns, they were Canadians, but that's beyond the point. Yes, let me share some more details. In April last year, a leading Canadian company called us, from whom we had commissioned this new production line, and they called us that the line that you had commissioned in summer 2021 is ready. But we are people, we understand the situation. We will return the money, pay back the money, and we will be looking for another company to buy it. And we said, don't do that. Oh, we are ready to get it. And they said, so let us some time to think about it. The following day they telephoned us and they said, well, you will still have to pay us after we install this line. And we said, okay. And they said, we are not going to dispatch the whole line until the prepayments are made. We said, okay, we will pay the full amount of money. And then they called us again. They said, according to the contract, we will have to dispatch this line as well as the people, our employees, to make sure that it is installed properly, and we cannot put the lives of our employees on the line. And we said, okay, we will do it all ourselves. It was really a challenge for us because there were a lot of sanctions in place against Russian and Belarus companies, and the majority of the companies that were responsible for the transportation were based in Belarus. So the first line of challenges was for us to find the transportation companies. So we had to pay crazy money to transport this line from Canada to Europe. And this equipment consists of a great number of different functional units, and some of these units have to be attached in a way that even a small part of a millimeter matters a lot, and only specially trained teams in the whole world can handle such operations. So we had to do something that was completely unprecedented. By phone, by Skype, our engineers were supposed to install the line and launch it into operation, and it was launched in the middle of summer in July 2022. And in the evening of the day, when there was a test launch of the line, 3 ballistic missiles hit the production facility, which was just 1 kilometer away from us. I was standing and watching this from the distance, thinking that probably we are not the cleverest investors in this whole world. However, this specific decision, for which I'm profusely grateful to our management, our engineers who were struggling hard to make it happen, it prevented a spike of infectious diseases that could have happened as a result of such massive flights of population. So we didn't have dysentery or any other diseases outbursts, which are usually to do with consuming contaminated water. These are the diseases which, as of now, are killing many more people than AIDS, malaria, measles, taken all together. So can you please tell us, so this line that you have installed, is it still operational? Everything is produced to the number and amount that you have planned, right? This is a prefrontal city. It has survived. What about now? Perhaps the front line has been withdrawn, but anyway, so what are the challenges you're faced with now? Just keep it brief.
The challenges haven't changed significantly. Our task is to maintain all the enterprises that use specific materials for their needs and to prevent all the consequences that might emerge due to the military activities. For example, when Kakhovka Dam was destroyed, near 70,000 of people could only get water from bottled water. Thank you, Dmitros Zuzulya and HP. The question, I will repeat the question for you. The question is the same for everyone for now. I will name three challenges. One is obvious, the second is important, and the third one is personal. Obviously, it's logistics. It's an interesting challenge. This problem exists for every enterprise, but we are an enterprise that produces products, and when the problems due to related to export and grain corridor emerged this year, of course, it had potential consequences for us. So what we did, we increased internal processes. We think that Ukraine should be a global player on the market, not only the grain market, oil market. We need to export ready-to-eat products. It's part of our strategy, and we will talk about it more in details, but it accelerated our culinary transition. The second thing that we haven't mentioned today, but we mentioned it during the previous panels, which is reintegration of veterans. It's not a marathon, it's ultramarathon that we need to get ready to. This is a challenge that will last longer than the war. I think everyone gets it. And what's the special feature of this marathon is it's that we didn't have time to prepare to it, and that's something we cannot settle easily formally. I think everyone knows that we need to officially employ people with disabilities, but we will not be able to do the same with veterans. I think that it is an existential challenge for the whole Ukrainian business. And the third challenge is rather personal, but actually it is in line with our strategy. It's creating the MHP image as a qualified strategic investor who can play by the rules and who ensures military leadership role in transforming Ukrainian area of food processing, that is a leader in export of our products and our vision into the world. We've been working on it very actively, and we've been creating an ecosystem around us, and we saw that people are afraid of big players. Some people are afraid of partnership with MHP. They say that you are too big. How can we make agreements with you? What if you don't follow these agreements? What does it mean? What exactly do you mean? You don't sign any papers? We do, but you know that the level of trust to the judiciary is very low. People do not trust. So our huge task with our team is to convince people, to show that we know how to play by the rules, we know how to reach agreements and how to follow them. And we have a clear corporate governance, we have supervisory boards, we can give so much to our partners that it will be bigger than potential risks that might appear. So these are the three challenges. Thank you, Dmytro Zazula, representative of MHP. And the last question in this set will be addressed to Mr. Musiyenko, representative of private bank. We'll speak about the challenges. I just wanted to tell a story. I was impressed how private bank worked during the war. It was just extremely impressive. I saw how an employee of private bank was crossing a river to reach a recently deoccupied village to pay the pension to people who were not getting their pensions for several months of occupation. That was heroic, and we are living historic events, and we are shaping our victory like that. So please, the challenges according to you. Thank you very much. It's true that what people do and what our team do confirms that Ukrainians are unbreakable. As to the challenges, during the first days of war was ensuring operational stability, because there was panic among people as to the stability of payments and cash withdrawal. There were examples when engineers were operating on the shelling in Kharkiv, Dnipro, Chernihiv, Kyiv. We tried to remedy this panic, and within several weeks people started withdrawing less cash. And another problem was logistics. You might think what logistics in a bank, but many of our employees were mobilized and had to go to the army, and we had to distribute cards. At some point, people refused to go to get these cards, and our director in Dnipro, who's been working for 30 years, took a car, went to the storage, collected the cards. You can imagine the panic in Dnipro during the first days of war, but he took these cards and sent them to the western Ukraine to ensure the stability of distribution of these cards. Then one missile hit in a data center in Dnipro. Can you imagine the private bank stopping its operation for one day? What kind of panic it could provoke? So there was this heroic work of our team, our back office. So we transferred all of our operations into data storage. It was unprecedented. These projects last during 2 years. I was getting ready to today's panel, and I saw one bank's post on LinkedIn, and they finalized this transition to the cloud storage just yesterday. However, we managed to do it in an extremely short period of time, in 45 days. We all remember blackouts during the previous, during last winter. All the banks supported the initiatives of the NBU. We found power banks for all the branch offices. We provided generators and power banks in every office. People could come there to charge their phones, etc. Today we have 600 offices that can operate with no problems during blackouts, and it was done thanks to our team, thanks to our people, because we realized the impact we had on the system and we couldn't operate in any other way. You know, I've been listening to you, and if you asked me 1 year ago or 2 years ago, I wouldn't believe it, because these stories are reality today, but 2 years ago it seemed impossible to work with generators during blackouts. And today people say that a missile hit a facility 1 kilometer from us, and it's an ordinary life. I am a consumer. I use PrivatBank card. I buy Nasturabo products, and sometimes I buy alcohol. And I use plastic bottles as well. So I want to say, I've been thinking during the first years of war. I'm a mother. I had to evacuate my children. I had to withdraw money from my card, so I called the bank, and the man who was talking to me, the employee, was a psychologist for me. He stabilized me, he calmed me down. Then I came back to Ukraine, the missile attacks started, blackouts started, but I came to Oko gas station. I could get some soup there, I could charge my battery there. Everything was very important for that because I wasn't ready for blackout. Rosatka, we were outside the city with my husband on the Independence Day. However, during the missile attack, we ordered a delivery, and the business was working. A delivery guy was on his way to us. My friends, foreigners, are always very impressed by the fact that there is choice in our supermarkets, and these are great examples of resilience and greatness of Ukrainian spirit. It's true, it's the reality of today's life. We probably all saw animation movies of Marvel Studios, and there is a slogan there, "You should change or die." And I always thought what kind of slogan it is. But today, I think it's not a metaphor. I think it's a reality for us. Vladislav Chichotkin, question to you. You have over 5,000 employees and hundreds of shops even close to the front line, and we see this tendency that all big enterprises like that, like Amazon, etc., are automizing their businesses. So what do you think about this automatization of business? Should you wait till the end of the war, or what's your stance here? Inha, we'll come back to you. I would like to give the floor to Vladislav now. Thank you. There are actually two aspects in this question. First of all, in my business, in my area, we need automatic processes because the competition will just destroy me, those who are bigger than me. Everything depends on efficiency and effectiveness, and we need to process as many products as we can as quickly as possible. On the other side, the problem of Ukrainian businesses and the problem of Ukraine is that we increased our share in Ukrainian business. However, it's not about growing our business, our world share, so to say. So this matter of investments is the question is open, but we still think about how we should attract these investments, how we should convince investors to give their money, how to distribute military risks. That's what we're thinking about every day. And the answer is as follows. We try to invent a new approach how to make this automatization of business in many small storage facilities instead of doing what they do in the West. Okay, and if we find this answer, we will become bigger than now. Did you get closer to the answer, or you're just searching for a solution? Well, business don't ever get 100% answer to any questions, and it's always about change or die. We are running, we try to change, and speaking about automatization, we are using Ukrainian automatization, Ukrainian software, Ukrainian metal, and Ukrainian production centers, and that's the only way we can that can make us develop. And there are already Ukrainian products that allow us to develop. Vladislav, I know that you are among many of those who don't have any illusions, who are realistic, and you always underline that you were getting ready to war. You were ready, right? Well, Mike Tyson said that you are always ready to the fight until you get the first blow, but you can answer. Well, our military-industrial complex can, but we can just assist. Inga Andreeva, Director General of MasterCard in Ukraine and Moldova. Inga, can you hear us? I can hear you perfectly well. Inga, please tell us about your initiatives to support and help people and businesses. You, as one of the biggest paying systems in the world, did you implement everything you wanted? Did you overcome all the challenges? Thank you for the question, Irina. I will try to answer both questions at the same time. I would like to add something about operational risks. I just wanted to ask whether you can hear us well, and there is no echo. Let's ask the whole. Yes, all the audience can hear you. As to the operational risks, we had an anti-crisis plan that we activated on the 24th of February, something that we call the plans to continue business processes, but people make history, and part of this plan was backup, meaning people who can support, and usually these are people from other localities who can pick up on some processes. However, we practically didn't use it. Ukrainian team withstood, and even during evacuation processes, we were maintaining all the business processes. So it's true that people make history. As to the challenges and additional business challenges, I wanted to add that defining critical infrastructure became very practical for us, and we really felt it. We united efforts together with our partners, our banks, national bank, and we passed this crash test, and Ukrainians, wherever they were, had access to the accounts, to their money, and they could use them. Dmytro was right to say and to mention the cloud solutions. I can only confirm it. Some stages take weeks, sometimes months, while Privatbank, and we were part of this project, Privatbank implemented it within 45 days. So once again, it's about people making history.
In fact, my point is that our story in many ways hasn't changed, and even now the statistics of the National Bank of Ukraine testifies that 9 out of 10 operations, according to payment cards, go cashless. So we haven't become a cash economy as others could have thought, or as we could have imagined at the beginning of this war, that some things could have changed. No, there was no rollback. Now, about the things that we are doing, COVID-19 pandemic was also a test of all of our remote business processes. It put everything to a test, and I guess this was a kind of preparation to try and test all of our digital solutions and cloud solutions as well, something that we had done with our partners. Secondly, we have a program which is called Digital First, the card which is produced, released in a digital format, and then it's up to the customer to decide whether they want to be released with the respective plastic card or not. So this specific program, which is highly popular among our Ukrainian cardholders and banks, has proven extremely helpful to maintain Ukrainians' access to banks, for them to be able to utilize their bank accounts, and many cards were ordered in the digital format. So we were immediately able to deposit this money in our billfolds, in our purses, or withdraw this money. A lot of our people ended up in Poland, and with the Ministry of Digitalization, we decided to set up an offline center to provide consultations to businessmen and other people that ended up in Poland. And in May last year, we opened the first foreign offline center to consult SMEs, which happened in Poland. The center still is extremely popular. And we supported all of the other DIA centers, which are based here in Ukraine, together with the Ministry of Digital Development. Therefore, we are engaged in all of these activities. Besides, I would also like to mention something that we call doing good things, the social projects, I mean. Since the beginning of this war, together with our partners, we started more than 100 such social projects. It's hard to remember all of them, but something that really comes to mind is the Superhuman Center cooperation, because the Ukrainians really deserve all of the cutting-edge technologies. Of course, we wouldn't like this to be just prosthetics, but it just so happens. So the first prostheses were financed by our operations. Our defenders, men and women, began to gain them. We began fundraising in order to support Superhuman Center and doubled donations. Together with the Ministry of Social Policies, we supported the online e-platform, and 30,000 families were provided with critically important everyday use household goods. Okay. Last year, we also have a very fine technology which is called cash at the till. Let me remind you, it's when you can be issued with the cash at the cash points in supermarkets, drugstores, filling stations. When you are buying something, a particular amount of money can be withdrawn in the cash forms. So before the beginning of the war, the limit for this transaction was up to 500 hryvnias, but during the first months of war, we very quickly raised this to 5,000 hryvnias, and in the first months of the war, we actually doubled the infrastructure, the network of ATMs for the people to be able to withdraw money, to help our banking partners to withstand this load, because there was a huge demand for cash. So via different ways and activities, we try to support our partners and Ukrainians, no matter where they are. Thank you very much, Ms. Inna. Thanks for your speech even. This has been so ramified and very well granulated and well founded. Thank you very much indeed for that. But now I would like us to get back to our hall, at least for the next 15 minutes, because we haven't exhausted all of our topics, but still lots of different topics. Vasil Danilak, representative of Oko fueling stations. You are a leader in this area, in this market. Nevertheless, you are also developing a new area, investments in green technology. You already have solar panels at the top of your filling stations. You have charge points for e-vehicles. You're looking for new points of growth because you have reached a particular ceiling in your fuel business. Am I right? Both yes and no. It's true, like you said. A year ago, for example, we were a market leader. We became a market leader. However, the market itself has shrunk, which means that investments inside this market are pointless. Because if we sit down and count, retail has shrunk, consumption has shrunk. Respectively, the number of fueling stations we had before the war, if we take this number of stations in pre-war time, could provide for the greater consumption. So what's the point to develop the presence of these stations when the consumption has declined by 32%, which happened last year? This year it has grown a bit. So still there is a 28% decline on the year 2021. So it doesn't make sense growing in this market share. Other players can meet their needs and wants and cover for their needs. However, in our market, we don't have that many chains that could provide for as many as 100 or 200 fueling stations. Over the last 10 years, there were no many mergers and acquisitions in this market, and not a lot of owners in our sector would like to merge with other players. So within your market, you can only grow at the expense of some operation optimizations, which does not require any additional powerful investments or great opportunities. It will not result in great opportunities for the market share growth of your company. So we'll had a look at all that, and we always strive in our company to improve the standard of living for the people that we work for in our country. Last year, they began to target and shell not only petrol depots, petrochemical facilities, but also our energy sector. And we came to realize that on the one hand, it's a great trouble, it's a disaster, while on the other hand, it was opening up a new window of opportunities. That is to say, the market required non-standard decisions and very swift at that. In our market, we have various kinds of energy, both old legacy, that is to say, Soviet time TTPs. We have a lot of nuclear power plants. And over the last years, we have also been actively involved in green energy development. Solar power, wind power, a lot of wind by the wind and sun energy. Facilities were lost due to occupation. Some of that was destroyed. Some was rendered inefficient or just occupied. Therefore, new challenges in the energy sector demonstrated that in the final count, this is the area that needs to be very quickly developed in order to ensure our energy independence. Moreover, new areas also have to be developed because we have problems with balancing the grid. We have to also build energy storage facilities which hadn't been built before that. So this opened up a virtually new market which had been non-existent before. So how successful are you in promoting this? In actual fact, this is no speedy project. If we talk about building plants, solar or wind ones, For gas stations, it's an invisible process because it requires a long time to receive all of the permissions and a very quick process when building the facilities, up to 6 months. The same goes for energy business. Extremely lengthy process in terms of development, obtaining all of the permit documents, approvals of projects, approvals to start building, and then in just a year, a solar panel plant or a wind power plant, it takes you to build. In terms of storage facilities, the same is true, but the development process is extremely lengthy to pursue. So we began by acquiring operational facilities for a start, I mean solar power plants. And now we are working with the teams that, as of now, even before the war, they provided developments for wind power plants or storage facilities, and we buy these projects from them, and we together pursue with them these projects up to a certain point. And in terms of energy storage facilities, I think in the month of April we will begin to build, and in September next year we will begin to build a wind power plant. If it's not a secret, what is the amount of investments, and do you have enough specialists and employees to implement your projects? We began in late last year to recruit people for this area of activities. You know, professionals are okay in the energy sector. They're enough because some of the big companies lost their big projects in the east of Ukraine. Big enterprises had to fall down as a result of occupations or destructions, and people moved to the center of Ukraine. So the specialists in those respective enterprises are here with us. They're in the market. Thank goodness they haven't left Ukraine. They can be found, and we are extremely happy about that. And now we are recruiting this personnel. So we are not talking about the amount. No, we can talk about the amount of investments. Tentatively, a solar power plant is 500 to 700,000 euros per megawatt. The same goes for construction, around 600. Talking about wind power plant, there's getting more expensive in terms of logistics, and now wind power plants, turnkey power plants, depending on where you're building and how complicated logistics may be. So this is from 1,300,000 to 1,300,000 per megawatt. In terms of storage facilities, it's about 1 million per 1 megawatt of storage. Once again, turnkey solutions. So these are the prices that we have to deal with. Talking about wind power generation, in the nearest 3 years we set for ourselves a target to 350 megawatt in terms of wind. This is, and up to 200 megawatt for solar power generation. So the storages are not that large. Once again, we're talking about the market of balancing. I think that our first project will be 20 plus 20, and then we will see if the business will be in the arbitration of energy. If it is in the arbitration of business, then we will pursue this business. Unless it ends up in the energy arbitration, then we will have to put it on stall, because common sense prompts us that the more alternative energy opportunities emerge, the more there will be development of energy storage facilities. And of course, this will spur up renewable energy sources development. Denise, at the beginning we said that the major problem for a lot of Ukrainian businesses right now is the human capital. And a lot of people are saying that maybe in their areas people are okay. What about you? Because you told me that you don't have enough human HR, human resources. So what should we do? Shall we get the Ukrainian people back, or shall we do this at the expense of labor migrants? How can we involve these people during war, during missile attacks, during all of this turbulence and imperturbable perturbations? When you see, you're pretty lucky, the previous speaker is pretty lucky that he has enough specialists, but we are no exception to the situation that we have lost a considerable part of well-qualified specialists, and we don't have the brilliant specialists, very expensive specialists that could be recruited from the enterprises that closed and folded down in the east of Ukraine. Personally, I don't see any other solution but to open up a large-scale migration. The figures we're talking about, 30 to 35% of losses of commodity markets, sales markets, are pretty much the same for all markets without an exception. So the decline in all of the market is up to 35%. And this decline is due to the fact, once again, there is no people to buy so many goods as before. Consumption has shrunk in summer this year. At London conference, our government set a very ambitious goal for themselves to achieve 1.3 billion GDP for Ukraine, and I very much would like for Ukraine to achieve this number. But if you log on to the World Bank site, you will only see that only 16 countries in the world enjoy a GDP of over 1 billion. And all of them have the population of over 50 million people, and of them half even have 100 million, and 2 countries over 1 billion population. And only 2 exceptions to that: Canada 38 million and Australia 26 million. But why, we all very well understand, because at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, in the territories of neither of these countries since that time have been any destructions or wars. They have been accumulating their riches. We cannot afford it. The only thing that will help us to recover and develop our economy is the state-owned program to involve migrants, attract them, to be promoted in other countries. And we have to be morally ready to see here employees from Africa, Pakistan, India, China, the countries where a great percentage of young people particularly are rendered unemployed. Vladislav, do you agree with this stance? On the one hand, I have the my experience of communicating with logistics companies in Germany, Poland, the Czech Republic, and some other countries. Speaks of the fact that 30% of the people working for them are migrants. In Poland, they are Ukrainians. In the Czech Republic, they're suffering because Ukrainians are not reaching them, because Poland is closer and larger. There are way too many Arabs, and they don't want to see any Arabs around their doors. So we don't stand very good chances. I mean, to say no to Arab population or Africans or someone else. On the other hand, in 2015 and 16, we were faced with a similar difficulty, the shortage of human personnel. And we tried to involve people from the former Soviet Union countries, which is next to impossible. Because unless the state changes its attitude, its treatment of work migrants, we stand very slim chances of success in this area. Thank you. Dmitro Zazula, MHP company. This is an overall trend. The social role of businesses during the war is increasing. Everyone is into volunteering, humanitarian aid supply. For MHP company, this volunteering workload, is this an extra curricular activity, or is it part of your target core activities, helping the armed forces of Ukraine, humanitarian, volunteering projects? So this is the question that already lends itself to answers. Talking about volunteering as such, I think it's way too late. I think it's already part of our strategy, one of the pillars of our strategy. Like I said, reintegrating veterans. Look, about 10% of our company are servicemen. And we have a very specific decision that was approved by the company to continue paying salaries, 100% salaries, to these people who are in the armed forces, and the company provides assistance and help to the wounded, to the families of the dead who died at the front. The company also runs a very specific reintegration progress, which heavily depends on case by case, but from 6 to 18 months we run it for every employee, and we are learning a lot from our mistakes. Like recently, we landed in a situation when someone was awarded, this man got wounded, and he came back from the front line. He got back into our company, and then he resigned because he didn't feel like he belonged there. This was a vivid case, which was raised all the way to the top. Of course, we sorted everything out. We made conclusions out of the story. But again, this is something which is paid a great deal of attention to, because we understand that our standard corporate social responsibility hasn't vanished. We still keep paying salaries. We keep the payroll to the people who are on the front. We have paid about 5 billion hryvnias as taxes over the year 2021. MHP Fund for Communities is active in its operation, and we are supporting the communities where we are present, as well as their veterans, especially if they are the employees in our company. So much can be said, but to cut a long story short, it's true. Corporate social responsibility is one of the major pillars of the strategies of our company.
And after the victory, I think you'll continue. Yes, for sure, it will not change, because I will repeat one more time that we will need to interact with veterans longer than when the enemy. The veterans will be with us. Are you already discussing how to integrate veterans in your business? Do you have some kind of program or vision? We are not only discussing it, we are implementing it. We have 100 or 150, 160 people who came back. There is a program for rehabilitation. There is a training program, a specialty training program. We realized that this little number of veterans we have now, it's our chance to become extremely effective in future, because the number of veterans will only grow. And during one of the panels, I heard a great question: who has a chief veteran officer in their company? We don't have this post at the moment, but we already have a team who work on these questions on a day-by-day basis. Chief Veteran Officer is a completely new role. We had Compliance Officer, and now I would like to add about compliance. What's important is, for example, what's the vision of foreign investors? They are looking through the prism of ESG, and it includes, if we wanted to be compliant, ESG compliant, we need to have this strategy for working with veterans. And it's a new ethics, a new side of compliance, and we cannot proceed without it. We cannot even speak about business strategies. All the companies who are present today have a clear strategy, but what appeared is a veteran directed. Dmytro Musienko, Privatbank representative, do you agree with your colleague Dmytro Zuzulya? And another question to you: this direction of veteran integration in banking business, is it there? And moreover, I know that you reinforced your influence at the banking level. How did you manage to do it? I agree with Dmytro. It's a very important direction of veteran integration. We have an inclusion direction. Of course, we are going to adapt all the processes on the client interaction processes, because we realized that many people suffered from war So we are going in this direction. And by the way, the ESG strategy is also something we are going to implement. We already had some consultations, so yes, we are working on it. We managed to preserve our team. Probably it's due to the fact that we try to stay consistent while implementing our strategy. The strategy we adopted in 2021 is still in place, even though the war started, and we made some changes to this strategy, but we try to stick to it, and Private Bank should be stay leader in the banking sector, and we just benefited from the situation. We used the situation that appeared. We, as I already said, we kept using credit cards. Many banks stopped their credit programs. We started renewing mortgage programs like EOSELA state program, and over 1.5 billion of Ukrainians used these programs. So it's very important. There is a recovery card launched together with DIA project, and the bank's share is 70%. We paid 350 million to people who were rebuilding their housing. So we the banks with foreign capitals are on hold. They do not credit Ukrainians, but it's their problem. We cannot stay aside. Time's flying, and Ukrainians need support. And in business area, we are one of the most effective participants of 579 program. We financed many entrepreneurs for 45 billion hryvnias. We increased our portfolio, and for the first time in the history of the bank, we signed an agreement with EBRD. Never before the bank was considered by foreign institutions as a business partner. And this program is for 240 million euros, and we will manage to get credits on better conditions. So we're moving forward, supporting Ukrainians, and it makes us believe in Ukrainians, in the bank, and this strategy. And thanks to the implementation of the strategy, we managed to preserve the team. Thank you. Inha, are you still with us? Yes, I'm here. Last question to you in this set. Did you manage to preserve your team? Did you manage to become stronger? Yes, all of our members stayed with us, and we open vacant positions in Ukraine, and we keep our positions in Ukrainian offices, and you can even find vacant offers, job offers on our site. And I wanted to join all the speakers and acknowledge that there are some problems with the talent search, and if before we could find applicants within 2-3 months, today it takes several months, so there is this problem, but we still have our team, we keep working, and we think about increasing our team. Thank you, Inha Andreeva, General Manager of MasterCard in Ukraine and Moldova. Dear friends, I cannot find your questions in chat, but maybe I'm doing something wrong, or maybe you're not asking questions, but you can do it now. Just raise your hands. We want to hear you. No questions. Please introduce yourself. Young man on the back. Hello, thank you. My name is Vyacheslav. I represent company RDP Renewables. I am an innovations director. I have a question to all participants. We already had the position of Helenko about green technologies integration, but I would like to listen to the position of every other participant about their strategy, green technologies implementation strategy. Specifically about the green technologies. It works, right? I can answer about private bank. We have paperless technologies used in private bank. It's a part of green technologies. So there is an electronic document flow. We don't use paper at all. So that's a short answer. We are moving in this direction. Thank you. We, as MHP, have a separate business unit called MHP Eco Energy, and it's part of our ESG strategy. We have biogas, methane, solar energy. We are a big producer of raw materials for renewable energy sector, and that's an important business unit that we keep investing in. Dennis? For the last several years, we focused on the decreasing plastics in every bottle, and we managed to decrease the percentage up to 25. If before we produced an average plastic bottle with more harmful materials. Now we use healthy composition, and representatives of a bank came to our production facility, and I'm very proud of the fact that we produce more. We produce over 600 million products a year, but we use less plastic than before. Vasily? You answered. Yes, I would like to get back to the question we discussed before, the veterans. Yes, the veterans and inclusion. And since there are representatives of different Ukrainian businesses here, including those who work directly with the consumers in retail, as I said, there was no point in building new facilities, but we rebuilt many facilities, and we gave the task to our construction workers to be serious about inclusion at these facilities. So even if before the war we lived in the paradigm that it's a requirement of our urban planning, because the people who needed these installations were not so numerous. Today we need to understand that it should be there. We will have tens of thousands of people with disabilities, maybe hundreds of thousands. So unfortunately there will be many of them, and they will work with us, they will live next to us, they will go to shops, we will see them every day, and unfortunately we will see it more and more often. So we were serious about it, and I urge all the other businesses to adopt. It's a permanent process for every retail business who work with millions of end users. It's also relevant for private banks, Silpo, ATB, and other networks. We need to be responsible about this, and responsible while implementing these standards during the reconstruction of facilities. And for us, the best lesson was when superhumans were doing the presentation for the people to understand what this really means. And they invited people to the Superhuman Center and said, let's go, open the door, open a bottle of water, etc. We sent there our construction workers and designers who are responsible for that, and they were shocked and they realized that not everything was taken into account. And so I want to say that business should think about it. These are our people, they are consumers like everyone else, and that's a new reality we are going to live in. Everyone needs to be serious about it. Thank you. Yaroslav? Yes, speaking about green technologies, we do not produce green energy biogas, and we're not going to. We are consumers. I mean, we consume plastic and other materials. Of course, we do everything to be more effective. And we reuse different packaging. We use the same packaging for 7 times in average, and we promote this reusable materials. We also have another program to decrease the usage of fuel, and actually we try to do it to spend less resources. As to the veterans, we have a program of reintegration of veterans, and even bigger program about training our employees, because most of our people see our consumers every day. So we teach our employees to communicate correctly, new ways of communication, because many people might have PTSD, everyone might feel consequences of war, and we interact with these people every day. So I'm sure that the psychological training and communication training are equally important, as not perceiving urban planning standards as something formal. We should provide for special infrastructure for the people with disabilities. Unfortunately, that's our today's reality and our future reality. Thank you, Vladislav. And my last question to all participants. I would like to ask you about the plans. Probably it's too simple, too traditional, but if you don't make plans, we have no future, but we do have a future. So I would like to ask you what can contribute to the growth of your businesses, and what should be done today by the entrepreneurs to feel confident, let's say, next year. We already mentioned social responsibility, we mentioned green energy, responsible usage of your products, being eco-friendly. Of course, all of these are components of correct business. but I would like to hear more from you. Let's start from Vladislav. Well, we can see that our shops and our brand keep growing. Unfortunately, we became brand number 1 in our category at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and during difficult periods, consumers always choose the brand they know the best, the brand they trust the most, the brand that is there for a long time. So when the full-scale invasion started, we changed. Secondly, we've always had a client-oriented strategy, and it's the most important that should be in every Ukrainian business, because unfortunately our consumers are less numerous, so we need to fight for them even more than we did before. If we speak about some specific steps, we opened new shops, we built new logistic facilities. Till the end of the year we will have 500 shops, and the next year we will have many more of them, and we are adding a new range of products, alcohol products, other food products, some food for animals, and all of this helps us to communicate with our consumers more often.
And this wheel is turning ever faster, the wheel of life, right? The wheel of our business too. So we are very much hopeful that we will soon get to see our victory. But now, as I said, we also have to take into account war risks and spread our manufacturing facility across the geography of Ukraine. Of course, these are very general stories and words. There is no very much consistent program that I could represent here. Perhaps the words are general, but I suppose that the mood is right. At least it's the battle mood, the fighting spirit that you're demonstrating. Mr. Vasily, despite the development of the energy area in the portfolio of our company that I have already mentioned, we also have the plans for vertical integration in our business, but along slightly different lines, which means that during the follow-up years, we would like to make the set up production in our business, because after joining the European Union, it will be unavoidable that we will be adding bioethanol to our petrol products. First it will be 5%, then 7%, then 10%, as is the case everywhere in European countries, virtually in all EU countries. The same goes in one way or another, the application of biodiesel. And we have been thinking about it. We thought about it even yesterday. We have been working 2 years now on the project on bioethanol plant. By Ukrainian measurements it will be big, by American measurements it will be small in size. Let it be small in size, at least it will be planted here in Ukraine. Yes, it will. The concept of this plant has already been created, now it's being designed, and I guess in the month of March we will begin the physical construction work. The cycle of construction is about 2 years, so respectively in the first quarter of 2026 it will have been completed according to the project, and then immediately after that, most likely with the same construction company, because it's a huge world company, leading one, we will approach the design of the biodiesel plant, because in our business we can just apply up to 10% of what we sell, while with biodiesel we can use that up to 100%. So this is a highly fascinating project for us in terms of challenges and technologies applied, and energy independence as a trader and a seller in the country of Ukraine. There are some small plants like this in Poland, like BioAgra, Pola Agra, huge ones, huge producers of biodiesel. There are Bulgarian producers, the largest producers of biodiesel products in the European Union. So this is the area that we are pursuing. God bless you with that. So, Mr. Denis, the plan is just to stay here in Ukraine and keep helping the Ukrainian businesses which will require our help. Right now, some drastic neck-breaking changes are taking place in the pharmaceutical and cosmetics businesses in Ukraine and sectors. Some of these businesses have lost access to medical glass, which they predominantly would receive from the Russian Federation, while the companies dealing with cosmetics products, for the first time in the history of Ukraine, have become leaders in sales, in retail, compared to international brands. Therefore, what we would like to do is to focus on helping these two sectors in order to meet their consumption for new kinds of containers that they may require. Thank you. Dmitro Zazula, please. Then you can stand between the two Dmitros and make your wishes after the end of this panel discussion. Well, definitely we have our own plans, very ambitious indeed. We are building a global player on the market of food stuff. So the transformation is still ongoing, right? The DNA of our company has changed. We are preparing people, training them. But the challenge is of an entirely different character right now. We seek to build a Nestle based in Ukraine, hailing from Ukraine. So this will be a large international, big global market player to be present in multiple markets of foodstuffs. So we will not be just talking about meat or sausage products. The way we are going to go about it, it's very plain and simple. If we talk about global expansion, there are only two ways. You can develop organically, or you can become an active M&A market player, that is to invest or acquire other companies, go for mergers, etc. And basically this is the way that I am responsible for one of these pillars that I'm in charge of, deals with streamlining our expansion in various culinary territories, looking for partners, making arrangements, and we are shaping a shared picture of the future. Let me also tell you about one case, but please be brief because we have already taken much more time than planned. Just for you to understand the value proposals that we are landing. When we talk to guys about very good guys, I'm talking now, that have come up with unique at the global scale product that grow twice a year regardless of relocations, whether it's from Kharkiv in the east of Ukraine to Mukachevo, the west of Ukraine. They have grown 3 times. They come to us and in a very quiet way say, we would like to conquer the world. And what's that? We look at these guys and we say, wow, we will only be too happy to help you, to lend you a helping hand. So right now I'm sharing with you about these boys, and I have goosebumps on my skin. So this is our strategy, to find such strong players in Ukraine and to conquer the world together. Maybe I have missed you, but what are these guys busy working with? Cheese snacks. These are unique products in the world, but no one in the world would have probably thought that this would be a big product, that this could be a unicorn producer hailing from Ukraine. Surprising as it may be, they are a unicorn company. Thank you. Dmitro Musienko, please. I'm sure that confectionery business will also be a big player here. Our strategy is unchanged. We want to continue being a banking leader, market leader. What are we going to do next? We want to launch a loyalty program, because in Privatbank that's definitely something that is lacking. We will have a special campaign to bring it out. It's still in the pipeline. So there will be a lot of digital products that will be brought out and work very well. We would like to make a lending program be online. We like it immensely and we want to implement that. Of course, there are lots of different brave ideas, but that's something that is still in the pipeline. Inna, please, would you kindly be brief? I'll try to do my best. This year, together with the Ukrainian Truth, which is a publication, we held a poll. What the Ukrainians see Ukraine to be. 30,000 pollsters participated in this survey. And Ukraine is seen to be digital, and that's something we have been working on for a long time. Also, inclusive and barrier-free Ukraine is the target of our future. So this is also part of our strategy, and we're also doing all we can in this respect. And now very quickly reverting to green technologies, let me add by saying that now together with our banking partners, we are already issuing digital cards, like I said about it at the beginning of my interventions, and in 2028, we will also bring forward requirements to our partners to issue cards with environmentally clean products. So this will also be our contribution to environmental protection and green solutions. Thank you, Inna. Thank you. At this, we are going to bring our discussion to a close. Let me summarize briefly. So what is left for me to say? Of course, I would like us to be more optimistic than when we were just entering this discussion, because all of these are leaders, like I said it at the beginning, but realistically thinking leaders who see the situation not in a pink-tinted glasses, but they're developing their businesses, paying taxes, which means they're donating to the armed forces of Ukraine, thus bringing the victory closer, and that means we have the future. If we are engaged in a proper and useful and helpful conversation in this hall, in this room. So friends, glory to Ukraine. All that I can say. Crises are always overcome, not by the wisest, not by the strongest, but by the most adaptive. This is a famous phrase. So we have to keep changing. That's exactly what we are doing, pursuant to the time. Thanks a lot for your attention today. Thank you.